scream. 3, 2, 1. We're done!
Here by me.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
Well, I came in late again last night. Really, it was this morning. I had my alibi down pat. I was gonna be charming, but the locks were all changed. I was stuck outside with a key that no longer fit. There was a note on the door that said, adios, sayonara, goodbye, this is it. I don't think she's in love anymore. She's hanging up a telephone and locking her door. I don't think she wants to hear any more of my life. I don't think she's in love anymore. She's not dying my life like before. The only thing she wants out of me now is goodbye. So I went down to a phone booth, almost down to crying, all ready to spill the truth. I see she's tired of my lying, but I was all ready to beg and plead and to turn over a brand new leaf. But the second she heard it was me on the line, I heard click, she hung up on me. I don't think she's in love anymore. She's hanging up a telephone and locking her door. I don't think she wants to hear any more of my life. I don't think she's in love anymore. She's not dying my life like before. The only thing she wants out of me now is goodbye. I don't think she's in love anymore. She's hanging up a telephone and locking her door.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
It's 7 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Brad Siegel. President Biden says he intends to run for a second term, but won't be making a formal announcement anytime soon. He spoke to MSNBC Friday about a variety of topics, including the midterm elections and former President Donald Trump. He argued that the GOP does not have a plan to address economic concerns, warning that Republicans' only platform is tearing down what he's been able to do. The NAACP is condemning a federal court's decision to temporarily block Biden's student debt relief program. Jim Forbes reports.
NAACP President Derek Johnson says those who oppose the plan's cost are, quote, hypocritical. He also claimed those blaming the administration for inflation are the same people trying to stop policies to provide relief to those most affected. The White House has promised to fight against the court's decision and provide debt forgiveness to the millions who have already applied. I'm Jim Forbes.
The FBI is warning that Iranian hackers might target U.S. entities ahead of the midterm elections. The Bureau says a group tied to the Iranian government that tried to interfere in the 2020 election is currently active, and American organizations could be targeted. Early voting for the November general election kicks off Monday in South Carolina. Scott Kimbler has more.
In Richland County, the interim director has only had a few weeks to prepare, but Terry Graham says they are ready to swing open the doors and welcome early voters. Just a few weeks ago, Graham put out the word they were in need of poll workers, and now the county has more than 1,200 on hand. Graham promises a smooth-run election. He says the staff is well-trained to assure everything runs smoothly. Early voting runs from Monday the 24th to November 5th. The general election is November 8th, and votes certified on the 11th. I'm Scott Kimbler.
And a Category 2 hurricane, Hurricane Roslyn, expected to smash into the coast of Mexico this weekend. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Becco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Becco achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Becco, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Becco.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
I grow corn and beans, and I raise cattle. What I do is good for people, good for Kentucky. And what I don't do is good for the environment. I don't let fertilizer, chemicals, manure, or good farmland run off into the creek. And you know what? Turns out that also makes me more productive and more efficient. If you're a farmer, develop an ag water quality plan. It's never been easier. Go to eec.ky.gov/agwater to find out how.
Wildfires ranging in the Northwest are giving Washington and Oregon the worst air quality in the U.S. Michael Kastner reports.
The federal website airnow.gov says the top 10 locations in the U.S. with the worst air quality on Thursday were all in those two states, with number one being Oak Ridge, Oregon, about 150 miles south of Portland. The biggest cities on the list were Portland and Seattle, which are both being blanketed by wildfire smoke. The region is expecting some rain today, and state officials hope it's enough to aid firefighting efforts and improve the air quality.
A top Federal Reserve official says it's difficult to find workers in the U.S. New York Fed President John Williams said filling jobs can be a challenge in the current economic environment that we find ourselves in. He cited particular industries like construction and nursing, especially when it comes to entry-level positions. He said the skills gap is a big obstacle. A new poll is showing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with a double-digit lead in his bid for re-election. Rick Hochul has more.
According to the Florida Atlantic University survey, DeSantis has an 11-point lead over Democrat Charlie Crist, 51 to 40%. 53% also approve of the job the Republican incumbent is doing, and his hurricane response rating comes in at 63%. Republican incumbent Marco Rubio leads Democrat Val Demings in the U.S. Senate race, 48 to 42%, with 7% undecided. I'm Rick Hochul.
The UN says more than 6,000 civilians have died in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Just a little under 10,000 have been injured since the conflict began in late February. However, the numbers are likely higher than what's being reported now. The UN is also worried about attacks on energy facilities ahead of winter. It says those attacks pose a danger to millions as cold temperatures set in. The PGA Tour is suing Live Golf's Saudi backers to force evidence discovery. The Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund is controlled by the Saudi Crown Prince and has been the source of financial backing for the controversial league. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Halloween's just about a week away, and some communities will celebrate it that previous weekend, which is next Saturday. Here's the trick-or-treat times we have for some of our surrounding areas. Harrodsburg will have their trick-or-treat on Saturday, October 29th from 5 until 8, with the Night of the Great Pumpkin as well, while Junction City will have theirs that Saturday, the 29th, at 5. Meanwhile, Perryville, Danville, and Bergen will have theirs on Halloween night, Monday the 31st. Perryville from 5 until 7, and Danville and Bergen from 6 until 8. A grand jury has indicted former Justice Cabinet Secretary and State Rep John Tilley on a charge of first-degree rape. Tilley served 5 terms as a Democratic lawmaker in Hopkinsville and also oversaw Kentucky's state prison system when former Governor Matt Bevin was in office. He was arrested back in August on this charge after being accused of rape by a woman who prosecutors say was too intoxicated to consent. He has pled not guilty. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore, General Manager at Stuart Powell Ford Lincoln Mazda, 225 South Danville Bypass. Ford has opened the order bank back up, and you can custom order your Ford today and receive an additional $1,000 discount on all retail orders. Stop in and see how we make it easy.
Hi, this is Patty Powell. Make it easy on yourself and visit us today and see why it's an easy thing to do business with us at Stuart Powell Ford Mazda in Danville, or visit our website, stuartpowell.com.
You deserve the best. The best town, best friends, best family, and yes, you deserve the best full-service banking center. You deserve Town & Country Bank and Trust. Voted the best customer service in Anderson County by you. No matter whether you're making a deposit, speaking to a loan officer, or calling our Customer Resource Center, we focus on creating lasting relationships with all of our customers. Town & Country Bank and Trust. Visit us online at mytcbt.bank or at our Lawrenceburg Banking Center location. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way. Large enough to serve you, small enough to care. Since 1984. Always on time with our professional team when we show up at your door. Residential and commercial, day or night. ADAHeatingandAir.com does it right. ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way.
This is Dan Yates, and I want you to join me for Breakfast with the Coaches as we talk Titan football live from the old bus station every Saturday morning this fall from 9 to 10. Tune your radios to WHBN 99.5 FM, AM 1420, or catch our live stream at hometownlive.net. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, Big Deals Online Store, and the old bus station restaurant. Go Titans!
It's 7:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today will be a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 76. Tonight will be considerable clouds this evening, some decrease in clouds late, low of 51. Sunday, sunny with a high of 77. Sunday night, a few clouds, low of 51. Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 78. Tuesday, 50% chance of scattered afternoon showers. Wednesday, 40% chance of morning showers with a high of 61. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 64. Friday will be mostly cloudy with a high of 70. Football Friday night. Mostly clear with a low of 49. We currently are showing 52 degrees at the station this morning. I hope everybody's getting up and getting at it this morning. If not, don't worry about it. Just leave the radio on and listen to us. Right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN, on AM 1420 and now on FM 99.5.
Man, I hate you found me here. Whiskey on my breath. I know I should be ashamed. So much for those 12 steps. He said, no, my son, I know you're doing your best. With all you've been through, I understand. I only came to offer you a friend. You know she still asks about you, wondering how you're doing and where you've been. Tell her I'm in Tampa on the causeway, watching the waves roll in. Tell her I'm in Aspen in a cabin, finding myself again. Tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, better than I've ever been. Just don't tell her that you saw me drowning in this bottle, trying to make her disappear. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. It would only break her heart if she knew the truth. You see, I told her when she left, this was the last thing I would do. Tomorrow I swear I'm starting over again. I made it too far and I know where this ends, but she doesn't have to find out where I am. If you see or hear from her again, tell her I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, selling cars 5 days a week. Tell her I'm in Mobile, Alabama, getting back on my feet. Tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, looking better than you've ever seen. Just don't tell her that you saw me drowning in this bottle, trying to make her disappear. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. Oh, tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, and let her know that I still care. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here.
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
And a good Saturday morning to you. I hope you're having a great day so far. Thought I would look up here and see. Well, you know what? That'll work. I was going to look up some news headlines for you, but let's go with a little trivia this morning. How about them apples? In honor of National Apple Day, which was yesterday, there's a very easy game with words associated with apples. Field of trees where apples grow. Orchard. Woman from the Garden of Eden who convinced Adam to eat an apple and mess everything up. Answer, Eve. Yeah, I added that last part in. Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter, whose father is Gwyneth's ex-husband, Chris Blank from Coldplay. Y'all may not know that, but her name is Apple Martin. It's not cake, but the expression goes, American is apple pie. All right, that's enough of that for you this morning. We've got coming your way the Sports Saturday Report. At the bottom of the hour, statewide and local news right here on WHBN Harrodsburg.
Here's the score from the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the college football weekend around the Commonwealth got going last night on the Hill in Bowling Green in a nationally televised affair over on CBS Sports Network.
So with that, they get a first down. McBride, ball carry there. Gets to about the 45, and they say he keeps on moving, and Western Kentucky says they have the football, and they do.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, again, the call on CBS Sports. Western Kentucky's defense forcing 4 fumbles last night. They earned a gritty 20-17 win over UAB. They moved to 3-1 in conference play. Next up, it's homecoming week, a week from today, as North Texas comes to town. The Kentucky State High School football regular season is nearing an end. Let's take a look at some of the ranked action around the state last night. In Class 1A, number 1 Pikeville wrapping up the regular season at home with a 55-7 win over number 5 Hazard. Over to Class 2A on the west side of the state, number 1 Mayfield making the short 25-minute drive east to Murray. They notch a 42-10 win over the Tigers. In Class 3A, Christian Academy has been steamrolling opponents all year. More of the same last night. They beat Western Hills 62-0. Meanwhile, third-ranked Union County handed one-loss Trigg County just their second loss of the season, 42-7. To Class 4A, top-ranked Lexington Catholic wins big on the road last night, 63-8 over
over Anderson County, while second-ranked Corbin handed Wayne County its third loss of the season, 38-0. And Class 5A, number 1 Frederick Douglass, who has allowed just 22 points all season, allowed 13 last night, though they get a 58-13 win over Montgomery County. And finally, in Class 6A, defending state champions St. Xavier get a 50-14 win. That over PRP. They will ramp up the regular season Friday, hosting Coach Kevin Wallace's former school. That would be Bowling Green. And to Major League Baseball, the Phillies take a 2-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. They win 4-2 over the Padres. And finally, in horse racing, a busy day for trainer Todd Pletcher at Keeneland yesterday. Mallet Hat and Nast working, as did Reader's Cup Classic or Big Ass Fans Dirt Mile hopeful. Life is good. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
I grow corn and beans, and I raise cattle. What I do is good for people, good for Kentucky. And what I don't do is good for the environment. I don't let fertilizer, chemicals, manure, or good farmland run off into the creek. And you know what? Turns out that also makes me more productive and more efficient. If you're a farmer, develop an ag water quality plan. It's never been easier. Go to eec.ky.gov/agwater to find out how.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
The weather is changing, which means fall is here and winter is just around the corner. While the days are getting shorter, the businesses of Mercer County are working harder. They are working harder to provide a place for you and your family to enjoy this holiday season. Grab your family and enjoy a hike at Shaker Village. Head to Old Fort Heritage State Park and enjoy a historic tour. Or take a stroll in historic downtown Harrodsburg and enjoy shopping and dining. Regardless of where you spend your time this holiday season, we hope you spend it with the people dearest to you. This ad is paid for by the Harrodsburg Mercer County Tourist Commission.
If you're looking for a better dental experience, Dr. Jennifer Nichols' goal is always to provide each and every patient with the very best dental care in the most genuine and caring manner possible. Their office is a friendly atmosphere that will immediately put your family at ease. Their professional staff will help you feel welcome and comfortable every time you enter their office, as they strive to provide the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle and efficient way. For an appointment, visit Dr. Jennifer Nichols. She's on North College Street. Call 734-5111. See how different a dental experience can be with Dr. Jennifer Nichols.
Hey folks, this is Duke Owens, General Manager here at Cartown Kia in Nicholasville. You know, folks are complaining daily about supply chains and inventory. We don't have that problem. We have new Kias arriving daily. We have a great selection of Kias from Tellurides, Sorrentos, Sportages, Celtos, Souls, K5s, and Fortes. And remember, we have over 20 lenders that want to approve you. Come and see us here at Cartown Kia, or look us up online at cartownkiausa.com.
While supplies last with approved credit. See dealer for details and availability.
This is Earl Matza reporting the next Mercer County Drug Take-Back Day. Drug Take-Back Days provide a safe, convenient, and responsible means for disposing of prescription and non-prescription drugs, while also educating the general public about the potential for abuse of medications. Mercer County Drug Take-Back Day will be held on Saturday, October 22nd from 8 a.m. to noon at the Mercer County Fiscal Court Building, 207 West Lexington Street. Thank you.
It's 7:19.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Mulch to Go, Harrodsburg's home for bulk and bag mulch. 100% natural, no waste wood, local delivery available. Located at the corner of South College Street in Beaumont.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. As soon as the computer cooperates, that is. There we go. Today will be sunshine and clouds mixed with a high of 76. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low of 51. Sunday, sunny with a high of 77. Sunday night, a few clouds from time to time, low near 50. Monday will be partly cloudy with a high of 78. Tuesday, 50% chance of afternoon showers with a high of 76. Wednesday, 40% chance of morning showers with a high of 61. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 64. And Football Friday will be mostly cloudy with a high of 70. And Football Friday night will be mostly clear with a low of 49. We currently are showing 52 degrees at the station this morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. Though I'm still trying to get woke up from working ball games last night. So I didn't get in until about 1 in the morning and had to be back up at 6. So needless to say, I'm going on very low sleep. So if I make a mistake, you'll know why. Got some music coming your way. We'll have statewide and local news for you at the bottom of the hour right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
All the great country classics are on WHBN AM 1420 and now FM 99.5.
He wore that cowboy hat to cover up his horns. Sweet-talking forked tongue had a tempting charm. Before I turned around, that girl was gone. All I can say is, bartender, pour me something strong. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who wrecked my world, that angel who did me in. I think the devil drives a coupe de ville. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I've got time to kill down in Broken Heartsville. It was long and chrome sitting in the lot. Fire engine red, that thing was hot. He revved it up, she waved goodbye. Love's gone to hell and so have I. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who wrecked my world, that angel who did me in. I think the devil drives a coupe de ville. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I've got time to kill down in Broken Heartsville. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who wrecked my world, that angel who did me in. I think the devil drives a coupe de ville. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I've got time to kill down in Broken Heartsville.
Are you sincere say you'll be true? And are you really mine? Every day, all the time, I'd like to know which way to go. Will our love grow? Are you sincere? Are you sincere every time that you kiss me? Are you sincere when you say that you miss me? Can I believe every word that these ears have heard? I'd like to know which way to go. Will our love grow? Are you sincere?
Country and more. WHBN.
Isaiah House provides holistic substance abuse treatment to help recovering addicts achieve sobriety for a lifetime.
You're looking for treatment, if you're looking for help out there and you're a woman, you can't do it by yourself. They will welcome you in with open arms and open hands right where you're at.
Kentucky Medicaid accepted for treatment. Call Isaiah House Treatment Center today, 859-375-9200. Isaiah House Treatment Center, real hope for addiction.
Isaiah House provides holistic substance abuse treatment to help recovering addicts achieve sobriety for a lifetime.
You're looking for treatment, if you're looking for help out there and you're a woman, you can't do it by yourself. They will welcome you in with open arms and open hands right where you're at.
Kentucky Medicaid accepted for treatment. Call Isaiah House Treatment Center today, 859-375-9200. Isaiah House Treatment Center, real hope for addiction.
This is Dan Yates, and I want you to join me for Breakfast with the Coaches as we talk Titan football live from the old bus station every Saturday morning this fall from 9 to 10. Tune your radios to WHBN 99.5 FM, AM 1420, or catch our live stream at hometownlive.net. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, Big Deals Online Store, and the old bus station restaurant. Go Titans!
This is the Kentucky News Network.
After 5 days of searching, the FBI has packed up in Nelson County, Kentucky. Paul Miles with more.
The FBI says it has finished its search in Nelson County and collected evidence in connection with their ongoing search for Crystal Rogers, who has been missing since 2015. In a statement, the FBI's Special Agent in Charge, Jody Cohen, said, "We hope that the evidence collected will move our investigation one step closer to holding accountable the individuals responsible for Crystal Rogers' disappearance." Cohen added they are committed to resolving the case. For 5 days this week, the FBI was on the scene of family property of Brooks Houck, Rogers' boyfriend, who was named a suspect in the case. I'm Paul Miles.
A Lexington man has been convicted of reckless homicide and DUI in a case that dates to 2020. Matthew Starling was found guilty Thursday night. He was involved in a crash that killed Daisy-Ann Morgan in 2020. WKYT's Jim Stratman with more.
Starling was arrested back in the summer of 2020 after a collision on Richmond Road. Police say that Starling was intoxicated and turned out in front of Daisy-Ann Morgan's motorcycle. Morgan died after that crash. And that night, protesters gathered at that intersection calling for justice.
That's Jim Stratman of WKYT. Starling was originally facing a second-degree manslaughter charge. A public school student in Fayette County is facing assault and robbery charges for attacking a school bus driver. Police say the student is accused of assaulting the driver, stealing the keys to the bus, and then taking off on foot. The incident happened on Wednesday. The investigation is ongoing. And AAA says that the price of a gallon of regular gasoline in Kentucky is $3.44 today. I'm Jeff Milby.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Becco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Becco achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Becco, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Becco.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
If you're traveling by foot, it's important to stay on your toes. Be visible with bright or reflective clothing. Use sidewalks and crosswalks. Pay attention and stay off the phone. When it comes to pedestrian safety, please walk the walk. Walk safe, Kentucky. A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably about you. It's your local news, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Monday through Saturday.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The Isaiah House has named Andrew Hager as their new Associate Director of Community Engagement. Hager is the host of a recovery-focused podcast called Andrew Hager Live and also has more than 600,000 followers on Facebook. Hager is also the co-founder of a Versailles nonprofit called Blameless Children, which helps meet the needs of children whose parents are struggling with addiction. As the Community Engagement Associate Director, he will oversee a team that does service projects in Kentucky communities that are hit hard by substance abuse. Kentucky State Police is looking for help as they continue to search for a missing person. They say their investigation is ongoing, and they're now looking for the public's help in finding Dunville native 37-year-old Dennis Keith Davis. He was last seen at his Casey County home around 1:30 in the afternoon, the day of August 30th. You can see a picture of Davis on the Kentucky State Police Facebook page. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Hey, Joe Mathis.
Yeah, Radio Rick.
It's almost playoff time for high school football, and it's the Pizza Hut Pigskin Report.
Every Monday night at the Harrisburg Pizza Hut from 6 to 7, we talk with the area football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Mercer County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Center College head football coach Andy Fry, and UK head football coach Mark Stoops. The Pizza Hut Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net.
What he said.
Here are the obituaries. Phyllis Ann Freeman Wilson, age 79, of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the widow of Jerry Lewis Wilson. Visitation is Monday from 1, and the time of the service at 4 o'clock at the Show Barn at Dana Brook. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
If you're involved in this fall's harvest, the good folks at your local electric cooperative remind you to be careful and to watch out for overhead power lines. So before you start work in a new area, take a few minutes to look around. Make a mental note of the height and location of all power lines, and then obey the 10-foot rule. Always keep your farm equipment at least 10 feet away from any overhead power lines. We're Kentucky's electric cooperatives, and our power is our people.
Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy Cooperative.
That's the news for today, presented by
First Financial Bank,
Charles and College in Harrodsburg.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
I'm looking at a busy bartender. There's a one-man party going on. I'm sitting here nursing a long neck beer, trying to forget you're gone. I've got a fresh roll of quarters for an all-night honky-tonk sound. Keeps me singing a different tune, so the bottle won't let me down. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With a jukebox now in session and a haggard ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. It's a good life here in the nightlife, bathing in the neon glow. The bartender, me, and the kings of country, playing everything we know. The red-headed stranger smoking, he burned a hole in his guitar, and I'm drowning in a whiskey river, Lord, that's running right through this bar. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With the jukebox now in session and Willie ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. Oh, lonesome me, I'm walking floors, parallel walls and swinging doors. You cheating heart, you done me wrong, and the list goes on and on. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With a jukebox now in session and the music ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. Drinking songs and other logic get me through.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
Big deals.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands. That's save with big deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
This is Earl Matsu reporting there will be 2 political candidate forums occurring. The first on Monday, October 24th at 6:30 p.m. in the Mercer County Senior High School Auditorium. Candidates for Constable, Harrodsburg City Commission, County Magistrate, County Judge Executive, Kentucky Senator, District Court Judge, and U.S. Representatives have been invited. The second will be held on October 25th at 6:30 p.m. in the Bergen School Cafeteria. Candidates for Bergen City Council, Bergen Mayor, and County Magistrate have been invited. Voters may attend in person or listen on WHBN 1420 AM or 99.5 FM on the web at hometownlive.net or on the Harrodsburg Herald Facebook. Please attend and vote on November 8th.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
Hey folks, this is Duke Owens, General Manager here at Cartown Kia in Nicholasville. You know, folks are complaining daily about supply chains and inventory. We don't have that problem. We have new Kias arriving daily. We have a great selection of Kias from Tellurides, Sorrentos, Sportages, Celtos, Souls, K5s, and Fortes. And remember, we have over 20 lenders that want to approve you. Come and see us here at Cartown Kia or look us up online at cartownkiausa.com.
While supplies last with approved credit. See dealer for details and availability.
It's 7:42.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Big Deals Online Store. Shop and save on gift certificates to local businesses at big discounts. Save 20 to 30 to 50% every day at hometownlive.net.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today will be sunshine and clouds mixed with a high of 76. Tonight will be partly cloudy skies with a low of 51. Sunday, sunny with a high of 77. Sunday night, a few clouds from time to time, low near 50. Monday will be partly cloudy with a high of 78. Tuesday, 50% chance of afternoon showers with a high of 76. Wednesday will be a 40% chance of morning showers with a high of 61. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 64. Friday will be mostly cloudy with a high of 70. Football Friday night will be cloudy with a low of 49. We are currently showing 52 degrees at the station this morning. Hope you're having a great day so far. Get up, get yourself moving, and I'm sure there's lots going on. Like today, I would like to pass along to you the Mackville School Alumni Reunion is going on today. Fun, food, and fellowship. Saturday at the Mackville School building, it says. Doors open at 10 a.m. Lunch is served at noon. It's catered by Lee's. Hey, that's worth going by itself. $15 per person, prepay in advance. Oh, I'm sure they probably, if you showed up, I don't know. They might let you in. For more information, give them a call at 859-734-6278. That's 734-6278. Call and get more information on that. Okay, we've got some music coming your way and some information on WHBN.
Here's the score from the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the college football weekend around the Commonwealth got going last night on the Hill in Bowling Green in a nationally televised affair over on CBS Sports Network.
So with that, they get a first down. McBride, ball carry there. Gets to about the 45, and they say he keeps on moving, and Western Kentucky says they have the football, and they do.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, again, the call on CBS Sports. Western Kentucky's defense forcing 4 fumbles last night. They earned a gritty 20-17 win over UAB. They moved to 3-1 in conference play. Next up, it's homecoming week, a week from today, as North Texas comes to town. The Kentucky State High School football regular season is nearing an end. Let's take a look at some of the ranked action around the state last night. In Class 1A, number 1 Pikeville wrapping up the regular season at home with a 55-7 win over number 5 Hazard. Over to Class 2A on the west side of the state. Number 1 Mayfield making the short 25-minute drive east to Murray. They notch a 42-10 win over the Tigers. In Class 3A, Christian Academy has been steamrolling opponents all year. More of the same last night. They beat Western Hills 62-0. Meanwhile, third-ranked Union County handed one-loss Trigg County just their second loss of the season, 42-7. To Class 4A, top-ranked Lexington Catholic wins big on the road last night, 63-8 over Anderson County, while second-ranked Corbin handed Wayne County its third loss of the season, 38-0. And to Class 5A, number 1 Frederick Douglass, who has allowed just 22 points all season, allowed 13 last night, though they get a 58-13 win over Montgomery County. And finally, in Class 6A, defending state champions St. Xavier get a 50-14 win. That over PRP. They will ramp up the regular season Friday, hosting Coach Kevin Wallace's former school. That would be Bowling Green. And to Major League Baseball, the Phillies take a 2-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. They win 4-2 over the Padres. And finally, in horse racing, a busy day for trainer Todd Pletcher at Keeneland yesterday. Mallet Hat and Nast working, as did Breeders' Cup Classic or Big Ass Fans Dirt Mile hopeful. Life is good. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
I grow corn and beans, and I raise cattle. What I do is good for people, good for Kentucky. And what I don't do is good for the environment. I don't let fertilizer, chemicals, manure, or good farmland run off into the creek. And you know what? Turns out that also makes me more productive and more efficient. If you're a farmer, develop an ag water quality plan. It's never been easier. Go to eec.ky.gov/agwater to find out how.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Earl Motzer, and I welcome you to Mercer County's Most Wanted, a semi-monthly program to provide listeners with an update on crimes committed in Mercer County and persons wanted, along with periodic interviews with officials and prevention tips you can use. It is brought to you as a service of Hometown Radio and the Mercer County Crime Stoppers Board of Directors. If you have information about a crime which has been committed, and you wish to remain anonymous, but you'd still like to report it, you may call Crime Stoppers at 859-265-1586. That's 859-265-1586. Crime Stoppers pays rewards in an amount up to $1,000 for the successful apprehension and conviction of said perpetrators. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Halloween is approaching, and it's usually associated with fun things like candy, trick-or-treating, and pumpkin carving. But it can also be scary for children and adults alike. In addition to spooky costumes, there are other potential dangers for families to consider, especially during a pandemic. When planning your festivities this year, keep these Halloween safety tips in mind. Do not keep candles burning in jack-o'-lanterns or luminaries. Consider using battery-operated flames. You might also opt for a safer pumpkin carving by painting them or decorating with stickers. Look for flame-retardant costumes, wigs, and accessories, and make sure your dress or outfit is the proper length and fit so you don't trip or catch fire. If applying face paint, be careful around the eyes and test for any skin allergies before using it. Avoid using contact lenses that alter the look of or color of your eyes so they can be hazardous to your health. Use a flashlight, LED light, or apply reflective tape to your costume to see and be seen by others, including cars. If you wear a mask, test for full visibility out of the eye holes and proper breathability. And if your costume requires a sword or weapon, do not swing it around and keep the pointed part away from yourself and others. Little ones should be our top priority, as they are especially vulnerable during this time of the year. Here are some Halloween safety tips for children. 1. Never let them go inside a home to accept candy, especially now with social distancing requirements. 2, inspect the candy before eating. Check the contents of their bags and buckets for choking hazards and make sure candy is all properly sealed. Throw away anything that's been opened or is not packaged. It's best to wait until you get home to indulge so you have better light to properly inspect each item. Have an allergy-safe Halloween. Review each label for any potentially harmful ingredients like peanuts, tree nuts, dairy, or gluten. And brush your teeth before bed. No one wants to suffer from a toothache from too much sugar or chocolate. Kids love the magic of Halloween, but costume and traffic safety are essential for trick-or-treaters. These tips can help make a safe and healthy holiday for everyone. To help ensure adults and children have a safe holiday, the FDA has compiled a list of Halloween safety tips. Before Halloween arrives, be sure to choose a costume that won't cause safety hazards. All costumes, wigs, and accessories should be fire resistant. If children are allowed out after dark, fasten reflective tape to their costumes and bags and give them some glow sticks. Opt for non-toxic Halloween makeup over masks, which can obscure vision. Always test makeup in a small area first to see if any irritation develops. And remove all makeup before children go to bed to prevent skin and eye irritation. Here's a scary statistic. Children are more than twice as likely to be hit by a car and killed on Halloween than on any other day of the year. Lack of visibility because of low lighting at night also plays a factor in these incidents. Keep these tips in mind when your children are out on Halloween night. A responsible adult should accompany young children on the neighborhood rounds. If your older children are going alone, plan and review a route acceptable to you. Teach your children never to enter a stranger's home or car. Instruct children to travel only in familiar, well-lit areas and stick with their friends. Tell your children not to eat any treats until they return home and take care to avoid any food allergies. Children and adults are reminded to put electronic devices down, keep heads up, and walk, don't run across the street. And as it relates to tips for motorists, watch for children walking on roadways, medians, and curbs. Enter and exit driveways and alleys carefully. At twilight and later in the evening, watch for children in dark clothing and discourage new, inexperienced drivers from driving on Halloween. Adults should be equally prepared to ensure they don't get into any Halloween hazards. When trick-or-treating, arm your home alarm system and lock the door so your valuables are safe while you're out. You can also use the app to check your security camera for any suspicious activity. Stay in neighborhoods that are familiar to you. Avoid going out alone. Start early and don't stay out late. Walk, don't run between houses. Look both ways before crossing the street. Plan your route ahead of time to stay on the same side of the street as opposed to zigzagging back and forth. Keep kiddos in sight at all times and stay together as a household. Plan to have a meeting spot in case you get split up. Only approach homes that have a porch light on or are obviously accepting trick-or-treaters. Double check your shoelaces.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Walk in, such as sneakers instead of boots with heels. If inclement weather is in the forecast, consider staying home for a virtual party with neighbors and friends. And when you take a peek at Halloween security safety tips, get a smart doorbell or outdoor security camera with night vision to see who's at the door before you open it. Be careful with sharp knives or carved pumpkins. Keep a firm grip on the blade with your forefinger and thumb and consider using pumpkin carving tools. Check the batteries in your smoke detector. Test it before you light any candles. Turn on lights so they know you're home and accepting guests, and keep the entrance well lit so people can see the pathway to your door. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Mercer County's Most Wanted, a semi-monthly program to provide listeners with an update on crimes committed, persons wanted, along with periodic interviews and prevention tips you can use. If you have information that would be helpful, please call Crime Stoppers at 859-265-1586 or the Communications Center at 859-734-3311. That's 859-734-3311 or 911 if it's an emergency situation. Please do not take matters into your own hands. Leave it to the professional law enforcement officers to take the appropriate action. Thank you.
If you want to make the most of fall, there's no better place than a Bluegrass State, Kentucky 45 state parks offer abundant places to play and diverse accommodations to stay, take a hike, float your boat, or ride the trails. Pitch a tent under the stars or settle under a lakefront lodge. Tee up for 18 holes of golf, then enjoy a signature meal. Even better, Kentucky residents receive special discounted rates. Plan your trip now at parks.ky.gov. Parks.ky.gov.
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
Got it burning deep inside me. There's only one way to cool me down. I got it burning deep inside me. So won't you bring your love around? Come on and bring your love around. Come on, baby, cool me down. Cool me down. Cool me down. I've been waiting all day for you. I need you, baby, to come on home. I've been waiting all day for you. I've been aching all alone. I've been waiting all day long. I need you, baby, to come on home and cool me down. Cool me down. You know I love you, I'm not fooling. I think about you night and day. You know I love you, I'm not fooling. I go crazy when you're away. I go crazy when you're away. I think about you night and day. Cool me down. Cool me down. Inside me, there's only one way to cool me down. I got it burning deep inside me. So won't you bring your love around? So won't you bring your love around? Come on and bring your love around, round, round, round. Cool me down. Yeah, cool me down. Oh, cool me down. I say cool me down.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Brad Siegel. Former President Donald Trump is being issued a subpoena by the House January 6th committee. In a letter Friday, the panel told Trump it wanted relevant documents by November 4th. The committee also wants Trump to participate in one or more days of deposition testimony beginning on or about November 14th. The panel said Trump was at the center of the first and only effort by any U.S. president to overturn an election. President Biden says he intends to run for a second term, but won't be making a formal announcement anytime soon. He spoke to MSNBC on Friday about a wide variety of topics, including the midterm elections and former President Trump. He argued the GOP doesn't have a plan to address economic concerns, warning that Republicans' only platform is tearing down what he's been able to do. One U.S. senator from New York is introducing legislation to try to get ahead of the next pandemic or health crisis. Jim Forbes has more.
Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand announced the One Bill Security Act. It would create a federal council tasked with preventing, detecting, and responding to biological threats that substantially impact health, the economy, and national security. The council would essentially be in charge of implementing a One Health Security strategy that utilizes a government approach. I'm Jim Forbes.
Boris Johnson is trying to stage a political comeback in the UK. The former prime minister was on vacation in the Caribbean when Liz Truss resigned from the post Thursday after only 6 weeks on the job. Reuters says Johnson cut his vacation short and flew back to Britain in a bid to win a second term as prime minister. He reportedly has the support of dozens of conservative lawmakers and will need at least 100 nominations to be considered on Monday. A Category 2 hurricane expected to hit the coast of Mexico this weekend. Forecasters predict Hurricane Roslyn will make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast either tonight or tomorrow morning. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Becco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Becco achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Becco, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Becco.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
If you're traveling by foot, it's important to stay on your toes. Be visible with bright or reflective clothing. Use sidewalks and crosswalks. Pay attention and stay off the phone. When it comes to pedestrian safety, please walk the walk. Walk safe, Kentucky. A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Korean auto giant Hyundai is investigating child labor violations in its U.S. supply chain. Trey Thomas reports.
The company said on Friday it plans to sever ties with Hyundai suppliers in Alabama that were found to have relied on underage workers. An investigation by Reuters News Service in July documented children, including a 12-year-old, working at a Hyundai-controlled metal stamping plant in a rural area south of Montgomery. I'm Trey Thomas.
Sales of existing homes are hitting a level not seen in a decade. Tom Costello has more on the further evidence that red-hot inflation may be putting a chill over the economy.
Home sales in September fell to a 10-year low, down nearly 24% from a year ago. A fast slowdown with the Federal Reserve aggressively hiking rates to combat runaway inflation.
The National Association of Realtors says sales fell by 1.5% last month from August, now falling 8 months in a row. The ongoing drop comes as mortgage rates price many out of the market. A new loan on a 30-year mortgage now averages nearly 7.4%. That's a 22-year high. The CDC is considering using an oral polio vaccine to stop an outbreak in New York City. The Big Apple continues to detect the virus in sewage samples from Brooklyn and Queens. One person was also left paralyzed from the virus over the summer. The U.S. currently uses a shot for polio. It's effective at preventing paralysis, but leaves it open to transmission. General Motors will begin to have salaried employees in the office 3 times a week starting at the end of January. That's according to employees. Last month, the company received pushback from workers after they announced they would be returning to the office later this year, then apologized for the announcement and told employees the changes would be delayed until next year. Officials say the details of employees' returns will be worked out between leaders and their teams. The automaker has not officially announced the return date. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Isaiah House has named Andrew Hager as their new Associate Director of Community Engagement. Hager is the host of a recovery-focused podcast called Andrew Hager Live and also has more than 600,000 followers on Facebook. Hager is also the co-founder of a Versailles nonprofit called Blameless Children, which helps meet the needs of children whose parents are struggling with addiction. As the Community Engagement Associate Director, he will oversee a team that does service projects in Kentucky communities that are hit hard by substance abuse. Kentucky State Police is looking for help as they continue to search for a missing person. They say their investigation is ongoing, and they're now looking for the public's help in finding Dunville native 37-year-old Dennis Keith Davis. He was last seen at his Casey County home around 1:30 in the afternoon, the day of August 30th. You can see a picture of Davis on the Kentucky State Police Facebook page. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Your pet is a special member of your family. Wouldn't you like them to be treated with the newest, safest handling? Then call the new owners of the Harrisburg Animal Hospital, where the highly educated Dr. Thomas and Dr. Alex practice the best techniques on small and large pets, plus exotics too. The Harrisburg Animal Hospital offers full-service grooming, boarding, and daycare. The Harrisburg Animal Hospital, located on Beaumont Avenue across from Mulch to Go. Call to set an appointment. 734-5171. That's 734-5171.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has Rock to Go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs, from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 325-5858. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue across from the Old Spirit Chevrolet dealership.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. As your community bank, protecting you and your money is important to us. If you are ever the victim of fraud or suspect a fraud attempt, contact us for advice. We're here to help.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Silver Star Gun and Ammo in Harrodsburg. They buy, sell, or trade. Silver Star Gun and Ammo in Harrodsburg, across from the Mercer County Library on Lexington Street.
Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. Still a little bit chilly out there, but I think we're going to end up having a really nice day. You'll put a jacket on this morning. I've got my little warm vest on just to knock that chill off a little bit, and my hat to cover my bald head. And but I think as say about 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, I think things are really going to start to shine. The sun's going to come up and do some things. And all right, but yeah, this should be a great day. All right, let's see who we got here. Gardening with James. Oops. Hello, Gardening with James.
Hey, good morning, James. It's Kurt with the Mercer County Farmers Market.
Good morning.
Just want to call in and let everybody know that today is the last day to get out here and get some fresh vegetables from our producers and some local crafts, too. We got a couple ladies that do some stuff.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought last week you said this week was the last Saturday.
I did.
Yeah.
Sure did. Today is it. So already trying to prep some ground for next year and getting lots of leaves, hopefully, in the next few weeks.
Yes, you will.
And try to get some garlic in the ground still and a few flower bulbs. I'd like to do that also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been putting them in myself.
What do you plan to?
I don't know. People just give me stuff, and you know, they say, "Here's a bag of bulbs. Put it in," and I call them free.
That's my best price.
That's so, you know, a lot of times, you know, and I try to write it down, and I try to remember all these different flowers, and I'm just not going to be able to do it. But, you know, I look at the package, flower looks good. So I was like, oh, hey, appreciate that. I'll go out here and put them in the ground and see what happens.
Yep, what a surprise in the spring, huh?
That's right.
Even next summer.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting some bulbs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because bulbs is, you know, it's a good time to put them in, and your bushes, shrubs, and trees. You know, if you're planting, now's a great time to get them in before those roots. You know, so this way the roots have time to get settled in before it gets real cold.
How about if you was to get some blueberries that you have to dig up? When would you do that?
Well, my blueberries are still in my container. I haven't taken them out.
Okay.
So, you know, for me, I just keep watering them. You know, they've been sitting out, like say, in the 32, when it was 32 degrees. I just kept watering them and keep it alive until I figure out what to do with it. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do a little bit more research on blueberries as far as to, because I know my friend, he's got about 20 of them sitting out, you know, in his garden, and he don't plan to take them out. So we just piled a bunch of leaves up around it and hope for the best.
I have a gentleman who's wanting to, I guess, get rid of a bunch of plants. So I volunteered to take as many as I could, but I didn't want to have them just, you know, set out and perish on my account.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
To get some peat moss and mix it about 50-50 with my existing soil.
Mm-hmm.
And get them in, water that in good, and then plant those things. Hopefully, dead mulch them pretty good, and they'll take.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of what we did. Like I said, we just mixed up the soil that he had bought, and then we put a bunch of leaves and some cut up grass and stuff, and just kind of just put it around it. And according to him, they'll be around next year.
Well, I'm looking forward to doing that little project, and I just want to thank you again for your time and encourage everybody to get out and support their local farmers market and or farmer.
Yeah.
To know that some people just sell right off their property, so.
Oh yeah.
That level yet, but hopefully one day we'll get there. But I do want to always do the market.
Right.
So. I appreciate your time, James. It's been fun, and I'll try to continue calling if that's all right with you.
I ain't got a problem with that.
Thank you very much, sir. And you have a wonderful day, and keep that head covered.
Yes, sir. I got me a hat.
Hey, you have a good one.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Sell out. All right. Yeah. So it's the last day for the farmers market. But if you've made connection with the farmers that are still growing and putting up hoop houses and greenhouses and things, you know, stay in touch with them. You know, put their phone number in your phone and stay in contact with them to see what they got, because you know, people who grow year round, they'll always have something. So especially with the holidays and different things that are coming up, and you know, because people like fresh all the time. You know. A lot of people have to go to the store. I have to go to the store, but I just refuse to buy carrots and some of those potatoes and things like that, because, you know, like I said, had to get here, you know, on a drive for like 2,000 or 3,000 miles just to get to us for us to have a potato. So grown it, you know, local, eating it fresh is always going to be better for you. Let's see what kind of time I got here. Okay, well, I've got a little something I want you guys to hear. And let's see here. I'm not going to get that. Okay, got to cross over there. Got me talking to myself. But it's a little something from the film. You know, it's only going to be like 7-8 minutes, but it's the sights and sounds of Quesada Gardens, of the film that we did, and it's pretty interesting because they, you know, they still moving along, and trying to bring the community together, and that's what it was all about. So, and we would like for you to bring your community together. So I'll go ahead and see if I can't get this to work. Let's see here.
This is Cross Currents. I'm Hana Baba. A short drive away from the Crane in San Francisco's Bayview District, you'll find a neighbor-led volunteer group that's been bringing greenery and camaraderie to traffic islands and empty lots in the neighborhood for over a decade. It's the Quesada Gardens Initiative. Over the weekend, we heard of the passing of one of the group's co-founders, Jeffrey Betcher. He was a tireless community advocate who was executive director for many years, and his house on Quesada Street was the center of many of the project's activities. Back in 2013, KALW's Jen Chien made a piece about Quesada Gardens as part of our Sights and Sounds of Bayview project. Let's take a listen.
Look at that. Ooh-wee, that's pretty.
Like many people who see a pretty rose in bloom, Annette Smith likes to take in the sight and scent of it. But her enjoyment of this particular rose bush in this particular garden comes with a deeper meaning.
That was one that Chris Montgomery gave us.
Annette knows the stories behind most of the plants growing in the Quesada Gardens project, which is on the median strip of Quesada Avenue off of busy 3rd Street and the Bayview. The mostly single-family houses on either side of the street face lush greenery, flowers, and even some fruits and vegetables. But Annette remembers what it was like before it was a garden.
Oh yes, it was a lot of dead grass, weeds. It had all kinds of debris.
Annette moved onto this block in the late 90s. Her brother, who was already there, told her about an apartment opening near him. Back then, the median strip was bare, except for garbage. The block was also at that time a hub for a bustling drug trade, with the violence, prostitution, and despair that often goes along with it.
Anytime day or night you see somebody walking along like zombies because they were so out of it.
Annette says that toxic atmosphere left a lot of people afraid to come outside. That's how things were when Jeffrey Betcher moved onto the street, a little after Annette did. Although some of Jeffrey's friends were worried for him, a gay white man moving into historically black Bayview, he says his race and sexual orientation were never an issue. His problem was the same one Annette described.
People were living in isolation. They were fearful. I was. We all were.
Jeffrey moved in next door to Annette's brother, Woody, and that's how the two met. They hit it off from the start. One day in early 2002, Jeffrey came home from work to find that something was different about the median in front of his house. Woody Smith had dug up a patch of grass, looking for worms to use as fishing bait, and Annette had felt bad about the mess he'd made. So she and another neighbor, Carl Page, decided to take advantage of the turned earth and planted some collard greens, and then some flowers.
I felt that the flower would look better than the dirt out there that he had dug up.
Soon, Annette and Carl were gardening every day, and the median started to look a little brighter. Jeffrey says it wasn't long before other neighbors started coming outside to ask about what was happening, and then they started to pitch in. Some had experience with gardening and dug right in. Others hung out and gave moral support through conversation or just a thumbs up as they drove past. People on the block were seeing something they hadn't seen before, right outside their front doors.
And these smiling faces and people not afraid to give people hugs and shake hands, and that changed the world very quickly.
So Annette and Carl gardened in little plots along the median for about a year, helped along by Jeffrey and others, all on an ad hoc basis. Then, in 2003, a meeting took place on Quesada Avenue. A group of about 30 residents got together in one neighbor's backyard to talk about what was going on the block. Jeffrey says he thought for sure that drug dealing was going to be everyone's top issue. But some people thought that rats were a more pressing problem, or the recent surge in mosquitoes.
But the one thing that we could agree on was that there was already beauty and strength here in this community, and Carl and Annette were showing us that in the garden.
They chose the name Quesada Gardens Initiative at that first meeting. Well, actually, they chose the name Quesada Gardens Initiative. Although it's a Spanish street name, historically there weren't a lot of Spanish speakers in the neighborhood, so some of the locals pronounce it differently. Neighbors started bringing plants from their own backyards to the garden, and there were donations from nurseries.
A whole lot of different plants, flowers, shrubbery.
Jeffrey had experience in nonprofit administration, so he started doing things like working on the organization's tax status and getting the attention of media and funders. There was some initial resistance from city officials who seemed wary of unsanctioned items being placed on city land, but they soon came around when they saw the value the gardens brought to the block.
They didn't have to send anybody out there to cut the grass or anything because we were doing all the work.
And the beautification of the physical space helped to fill in something that had been missing from the block before.
And for me, it was knowing my neighbors, busting through that isolation.
The effects of the garden also spread to other parts of the neighborhood. Joel and Mary McClure live a short distance up the hill from the Quesada Gardens on Bridgeview Street. They have a great view from their house, but right outside their living room window was an empty lot owned by the city. Here's Mary.
People would use it as a trash dump.
From their outdoor deck, the McClures could see the swaying palms and blooming flowers of the Quesada Gardens.
So you would see all this beauty on this side, and then we would go to the other side of our house, and you would just see this horrible weed-infested lot. And then finally we just said, that's it, we got to do something, and it's going to be us.
The McClures were able to secure permission, assistance, and a water source from the city, but Joel says he was mostly inspired by the do-it-yourself attitude of the Quesada Gardens neighbors.
Can't also always keep asking the government to do things for us, specifically when it's right there in our backyard.
So the McClures, their neighbors, and some dedicated student volunteers got to work, turning the trash-filled lot into a terraced garden, much of it producing fruits and vegetables for the neighbors. Mary and Joel say they enjoy the gardening, but what they get out of it is something bigger.
Quite honestly, up until about 2003, we didn't really know any of our neighbors, and we'd been in our house for like 3 years.
One of the neighbors Mary met was 10-year-old Serenity Williams, who lives across the street on Bridgeview.
I was at home, I looked out the window and I saw people working in the garden, and I asked my mom, can I help? And then Mary said yes.
Serenity started gardening every week. Her favorite task is watering the plants. Jeffrey Betcher says he feels a real sense of safety on his block now, and that he can't imagine living anywhere else.
People respond differently to everything when they're on a block where they have a sense that people know one another, people are looking out for each other.
At this point, the Quesada Gardens Initiative projects include 2 murals, 6 community gardens throughout the neighborhood, and Bayview Footprints, a weekly newsletter that highlights good news in the neighborhood.
We are trying to do good things and trying to pass it on to the next block so they can do good things for them to pass it on.
And though about half the homes on that first block of Quesada have changed residents since Annette and Carl planted those first collard greens, the spirit of neighborliness and safety they helped to foster has continued to grow and bloom. In Bayview Hunters Point, I'm Jen Sheehan for Cross Currents.
All right, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it! You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with big deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has rock to go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips, too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 325-5858. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue across from the old Spirit Chevrolet dealership.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrisburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrisburg on South Greenville Street, the old bus station restaurant open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The old bus station in downtown Harrisburg.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
Hey, Joe Mathis.
Yeah, Radio Rick.
It's almost playoff time for high school football, and it's the Pizza Hut Pigskin Report.
Every Monday night at the Harrisburg Pizza Hut from 6 to 7, we talk with the area football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Mercer County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Center College head football coach Andy Fry, and UK head football coach Mark Stoops. The Pizza Hut Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and hometownlive.net.
What he said.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Coel Collision Center in Danville on Lebanon Road. After a wreck, tell the tow truck driver to take your vehicle to the experts. Coel Collision Center.
Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back. We're back in the garden. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, because I know everyone's not going to be able to see the film, but they had put together at least the audio part of it to where you guys can kind of understand what it is that we was trying to do. And, we're just trying to bring community together, and you don't have to know everybody right away, but, getting out and meeting your neighbors and, trying to figure out what the problems are in your neighborhood. You can do a lot of those things, right there in your community, because as they were saying, you can't always, expect for our police and the government and everybody to come in and try to solve all your problems. But you can fix some of those yourself by just, getting out there and try to make a community that you could live in, not in fear. So, make an effort at trying to meet your neighbor and trying to do good things on the block, and you'll be amazed at what can happen. So, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed that. My time is about up. So until next time, have yourself a great, great weekend, and I'll be talking to you soon. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
News Network. A high school coach accused of having sex with students. Rick Uccino with more.
A high school cross-country coach in Bourbon County has now been arrested and ordered held on $10,000 bond after he allegedly engaged in sexual activity with two students. Matthew Perrott has been charged with sodomy and unlawful transaction with a minor after he was accused of having sex with a woman and 2 members of the high school cross-country team back in 2015. The Bourbon County School District has yet to comment on the accusations. Rick Ucino.
A woman from Rockcastle County, Kentucky, has pleaded guilty to a 2020 murder charge in a case where her dog mauled a man to death. Melissa Wolke entered her plea on Thursday, which came in exchange for a 20-year prison sentence. Wolke admitted to owning the pit bull in question, and witnesses say she was commanding the dog to attack the victim. When police arrived at the scene, Wolke was beating the man while the dog continued its attack. The victim died at the scene. The first turn at Churchill Downs will have a new look next Kentucky Derby. A new 7,300-seat grandstand is nearing completion with a topping-off ceremony held yesterday. Mike Anderson is the president of Churchill Downs Racetrack.
This project will provide over 5,300 covered stadium seats, covered being the key term there, as believe it or not, first Saturday in May, we occasionally have a rainstorm or two.
The $90 million project will be complete in time for next year's Derby. And as we begin the weekend, drivers across Kentucky are paying a little less for gas this week. AAA says the price at the pump for regular gasoline is $3.44 a gallon today, which is down a nickel from this time last week. I'm Jeff Milby.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online. For like a year, she couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
This is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More, next door to Ace Hardware on Houstonville Road in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, stop by and check us out. New merchandise arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Come see our Nana for the best deal around. You'll be glad you did.
Mattresses and More than a mattress store, located in Danville. Phone 859-236-1646 and like them on Facebook at Mattresses and More.
The weather is changing, which means fall is here and winter is just around the corner. While the days are getting shorter, the businesses of Mercer County are working harder. They are working harder to provide a place for you and your family to enjoy this holiday season. Grab your family and enjoy a hike at Shaker Village. Head to Old Fort Heritage State Park and enjoy a historic tour. Or take a stroll in historic downtown Harrodsburg and enjoy shopping and dining. Regardless of where you spend your time this holiday season, we hope you spend it with the people dearest to you. This ad is paid for by the Harrodsburg-Mercer County Tourist Commission.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The Isaiah House has named Andrew Hager as their new Associate Director of Community Engagement. Hager is the host of a recovery-focused podcast called Andrew Hager Live and also has more than 600,000 followers on Facebook. Hager is also the co-founder of a Versailles nonprofit called Blameless Children, which helps meet the needs of children whose parents are struggling with addiction. As the Community Engagement Associate Director, he will oversee a team that does service projects in Kentucky communities that are hit hard by substance abuse. Kentucky State Police is looking for help as they continue to search for a missing person. They say their investigation is ongoing, and they're now looking for the public's help in finding Dunville native 37-year-old Dennis Keith Davis. He was last seen at his Casey County home around 1:30 in the afternoon, the day of August 30th. You can see a picture of Davis on the Kentucky State Police Facebook page. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. Phyllis Ann Freeman Wilson, age 79, of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the widow of Jerry Lewis Wilson. Visitation is Monday from 1 At the time of the service at 4 o'clock at the Show Barn at Dana Brook, Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith Bigneri. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, What's Happening Goldie?
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad you tuned in. Here's what's happening on today's show. We'll meet a banjo player who tours with Alison Krauss in Union Station. Ron Block is on today's show, and he also shares an original song he wrote. I am on location in Nashville, and I am talking with Ron Block. Ron, it's unbelievable, all the accomplishments that you've had so far. Now, reading your bio, I would have thought when I met you to expect maybe a 50 or 60-year-old man, but you're young. How long have you been in this business?
I've been playing music since I was about probably 11 years old. I'm 46, almost 47 now, so...
Not that that's old, but you don't look in your 40s either. Can you just give us a rundown for my audience with all your accomplishments?
Probably the biggest is just playing with a high-level band, Alison Krauss and Union Station. That's been, one of the best blessings of my life. It's been pretty amazing, and through that, pretty much everything has come to me through playing with them.
Now, how long have you been with Alison?
I started in 1991.
Gosh, you've been with her a long time then. And you're a banjo player. Is that mostly what you do, or do you do other things?
It used to be half and half. I would play half banjo and then half guitar. I usually play, if there's a guitar lead or fills on the prettier songs, I tend to do that stuff. But then on the bluegrass songs, I play banjo.
Now, you are also a singer and definitely a songwriter. Do you sing with the band? Are you backup singer with Alison?
Yes, I do sing some background vocals. They're usually split up between me and Barry. Dan usually sings the part under Alison all the time, and Barry and I switch back and forth on the lower part. Also, Jerry Douglas sings now. He sings a couple of songs.
Now, I met you, of course, through my brother, Ron Browning, who's the vocal coach here in Nashville. Are you gearing up to take more solo leads?
No, not necessarily. I just felt it was time to learn some more of the technical aspects of singing. And, of course, he's such an amazing vocal teacher. He has a true gift. He can diagnose you in 3 seconds and what you're doing wrong and what you need to change. And he's just really an amazing teacher.
He is. He's been that way ever since we were kids. He was able to just pick up really quick and get on your page. I Googled you, and you were singing Man of Constant Sorrow. Did you have anything to do with the movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yes, T-Bone Burnett, he got in contact with our band and our management, and we all played on that project. So I played on 2 songs. One was In the Jailhouse Now, where I played banjo, and then Man of Constant Sorrow, I played banjo on that one as well. Dan Tominski sang it, and I believe the other singers were Harley Allen and Pat Enright on the original cut. And then once they got all the soundtrack music together, they had us go in, and we were actually in a scene in the movie.
That is so cool. All right, I'm going to have to rewatch the movie. Tell me what scene you were in so I can watch and pick you out.
I think it's where Stokes gets ridden out on the rail. I think it's near the end of the movie, and we're the band that's backing up George Clooney and the other 2 guys. I'm in the bowler hat.
You're what?
I'm in the bowler hat.
All right, so 10 years down the road, Ron, where do you hope to be?
Well, I hope to have heightened all my giftings, all the things God's given me. I hope to write more songs and write more prolifically than I have in the past. Also, to be able to go out and sing my songs at various venues and various places. I'd like to be able to do that. But the main thing on my plate is really just being with the band, is playing music with Alison.
Just give us a day in the life on the road with this band.
The good thing about being on the road, especially at the level we do things now, is the night before you get on the bus and go to sleep. About midnight or 1, you go to sleep, and then you sleep 8 hours, and you wake up and you're there. That's the wonderful thing about bus travel. So for me, I basically get up and maybe go walk around, get some exercise, drink some water, and then do your usual get ready for the day. Yeah, well, in the bus or in the venue. I usually go into the venue, and then I'll sit and play and practice and do all my stuff to get ready.
Is the whole band on one bus? These things we're always curious about.
We travel, there's 3 buses. There's a band bus, there's Allison's bus, and then there's the crew bus. And I think we have 1 truck out, or 2 trucks, I'm not sure.
Do you practice while you're traveling if you're not sleeping?
No, I've more and more become aware that I can be highly annoying with a banjo.
Even when it's good, huh? Yeah. Okay. Ron, thank you so much. It's been just great meeting you, and I know that we're going to be seeing more of you by yourself. The thing I Googled was you were singing harmony, I think, on one of the songs, and you have a beautiful voice.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, and God bless you. Later in the show, Ron will sing an original song for us. We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
They done did it again. Gave a great deal and made a new friend. Where's this, you say? Withers Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Lawrenceburg is the way. With first-class service and a spin of the wheel. For some extra gifts after your new car deal, check out the inventory at ChryslerofLawrenceburg.com and head on down to US 127 to the new Withers Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Lawrenceburg. Today is your deal of the day, and Withers Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Lawrenceburg is the way.
There seems to be a new scam every day. Hi, I'm Adam Hopkins, security officer at Farmers National Bank. If a stranger contacts you and asks for private information, like your bank account or social security number, it's a scam. Stay alert and be secure.
Need a rapid test for COVID-19, strep, or flu? Come to Real Health Primary Care in Danville. Walk-ins are welcome. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 in the Southland Plaza, 975 Houstonville Road. Same-day appointments. Call 209-2331. 209-2331.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Here is my good friend, the late Don Hockersmith, singing a Western medley.
I've seen 'em stampede o'er the hills. Do you think they'd never stop? I've seen 'em run for miles and miles until their leaders drop. I was foreman on a cow ranch, the calling of a king. I'd like to be in Texas for the roundup in the spring. I can see the cattle grazing o'er the hills at early morn. I can see the campfire smoking at the breaking of the dawn. I can hear the broncos and I can hear the cowboys sing. I'd like to be in Texas for the roundup in the spring. The cattle are prowling, the coyotes are howling, way out where the doggies bawl. Where spurs are a-jingling, the cowboy is singing his lonesome cattle call. He rides in the sun till his day's work is done. Then he rounds up the cattle each fall. Singing his cattle call. For hours he would ride on the range far and wide when the night winds blow up a squall.
Here's the score.
And all kinds of weather he sings his cattle call. Ooh, ooh, ooh. brown as a berry from riding the prairie, and he sings with an old western drawl. Singing his cattle call.
What's Happening Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholsville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
I am on location in Nashville, and I am talking with Ron Block. Ron, it's unbelievable all the accomplishments that you've had so far. Now, reading your bio, I would have thought when I met you to expect maybe a 50 or 60-year-old man, but you're young. How long have you been in this business?
I've been playing music since I was about probably 11 years old. I'm 46, almost 47 now, so.
Not that that's old, but you don't look in your 40s either. Can you just give us a rundown for my audience with all your accomplishments?
Probably the biggest is just playing with a high-level band, Allison Krauss and Union Station. That's been, one of the best blessings of my life. It's been pretty amazing. And through that, pretty much everything has come to me through playing with them.
Now, how long have you been with Allison?
I started in 1991.
Gosh, you've been with her a long time then. And you're a banjo player. Is that mostly what you do, or do you do other things?
It used to be half and half. I would play half banjo and then half guitar. I usually play, if there's a guitar lead or fills on the prettier songs, I tend to do that stuff. But then on the bluegrass songs, I play banjo.
Now, you are also a singer and definitely a songwriter. Do you sing with the band? Are you a backup singer with Allison?
Yes, I do sing some background vocals. They're usually split up between me and Barry. Dan usually sings the part under Allison all the time, and Barry and I switch back and forth on the lower part. Also, Jerry Douglas sings now. He sings a couple of songs.
Now, I met you, of course, through my brother, Ron Browning, who's the vocal coach here in Nashville. Are you gearing up to take more solo leads?
No, not necessarily. I just felt it was time to learn some more of the technical aspects of singing. And, of course, he's such an amazing vocal teacher. He has a true gift. He can diagnose you in 3 seconds and what you're doing wrong and what you need to change. And he's just really an amazing teacher.
He is. He's been that way ever since we were kids. He was able to just pick up really quick and get on your page. I Googled you, and you were singing Man of Constant Sorrow. Did you have anything to do with the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yes, T-Bone Burnett, he got in contact with our band and our management, and we all played on that project. So I played on 2 songs. One was In the Jailhouse Now, where I played banjo, and then Man of Constant Sorrow, I played banjo on that one as well. Dan Tominski sang it, and I believe the other singers were Harley Allen and Pat Enright on the original cut. And then once they got all the soundtrack music together, they had us go in, and we were actually in a scene in the movie.
It's so cool. All right, I'm going to have to rewatch the movie. Tell me what scene you were in so I can watch and pick you out.
I think it's where Stokes gets ridden out on the rail. I think it's near the end of the movie, and we're the band that's backing up George Clooney and the other two guys. I'm in the bowler hat.
You're what?
I'm in the bowler hat.
All right, so 10 years down the road, Ron, where do you hope to be?
Well, I hope to have heightened all my giftings, all the things God's given me. I hope to write more songs and write more prolifically than I have in the past. Also, to be able to go out and sing my songs at various venues and various places. I'd like to be able to do that. But the main thing on my plate is really just being with the band, is playing music with Allison.
Just give us a day in the life on the road with this band.
The good thing about being on the road, especially at the level we do things now, is the night before you get on the bus and go to sleep. You know, about midnight or 1, you go to sleep, and then you sleep 8 hours, and you wake up and you're there. That's the wonderful thing about bus travel. So for me, I basically get up and maybe go walk around, get some exercise, drink some water, and then do your usual get ready for the day. Yeah, well, in the bus or in the venue. I usually go into the venue, and then I'll sit and play and practice and do all my stuff to get ready.
Is the whole band on one bus? These things we're always curious about.
Well, we travel, there's 3 buses. There's a band bus, there's Allison's bus, and then there's the crew bus. And I think we have 1 truck out, or 2 trucks, I'm not sure.
Do you practice while you're traveling if you're not sleeping?
No, I've more and more become aware that I can be highly annoying with a banjo.
Even when it's good, huh? Yeah. Okay. Ron, thank you so much. It's been just great meeting you, and I know that we're going to be seeing more of you by yourself. The thing I Googled was you were singing harmony, I think, on one of the songs, and you have a beautiful voice.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, and God bless you. Coming up, Ron Block returns to sing a song for us, so stay with us. What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I'd sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
It's here. It's new. Filled with the best wide selection of vehicles just for you.
Right at Field Used Factory.
7 acres of pre-owned elite inventory makes them the largest deal maker around.
Right at Field Used Factory.
So come on down to Nicholsville off US 27 to Vince Drive. Then you've arrived at the new
Right at Field Used Factory.
Buy with confidence straight from the factory. Take a virtual tour at
RightAtFieldUsedCarFactory.com.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Ron Block played banjo and sang backup vocals for Alison Krauss in her band Union Station. Here he is performing a song he wrote off of his new CD, Far Away Land. The song is called He's Holding On to Me.
Common and well trod by the shoes of burdened Christians who won't put their trust in God. They've been born of the Spirit, but they live by what they see. So they trust in their own effort, never living in belief. I'm not holding on to Jesus, He's holding on to me. He died and rose again to set me free. I am resting in the Spirit, not afraid of what will be. I'm not holding on to Jesus, He's holding on to me. chains of fear. Don't live another minute in the lies you're holding dear. The chains have all been shattered. The light is streaming in. You can't close your eyes forever to the one who lives within. I'm not holding on to Jesus. He's holding on to me. He died and rose again to set me free. I am resting in the Spirit, not afraid of what will be. I'm not holding on to Jesus. He's holding on to me. He's holding on to me. He died and rose again to set me free. I am resting in the Spirit, not afraid of what will be. I'm not holding on to Jesus. He's holding on to me. I'm not holding on to Jesus. He's holding on to me.
Well, that's a wrap. We sure hope you enjoyed today's show. We hope you join us again next week. Until then, I'm Goldie, and that's what's happening.
You've been listening to What's Happening, Goldie, with Goldie Goldsmith Vigneri. What's Happening, Goldie is produced at Studio G by Goldsmith Vigneri Productions.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
I knew this kid, his name was Michael, and he was only 4 years old. We sat on a rock and started talking, and he told me things I didn't know. He said, yesterday he was an Indian, and how he played with buffalo. Well, I got a sense that he had been there. He made me really wanna go. Remember waiting all year for December. Thought God was crying when it rained, and that the stars were fireflies. Dreams were real and big as life. It was forever, every day. I was tucking in my little girl. She held my hand and we said a prayer. And I prayed, bless Grandma with the angels. And she said, hey Mom, she's standing over there. Well, I couldn't see her, but I don't doubt it. Maybe 'cause I'm older and less wise. What if heaven's all around us, but only seen through children's eyes?
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Brad Siegel. President Biden believes Democrats will capture momentum once again before America heads to the polls for the midterm elections.
We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. Gas prices are down sharply.
in 46 of the 50 states because of what I've been doing.
Speaking at the White House, the president noted polls have varied on which party is looking good ahead of November 8th. He added the upcoming election isn't a referendum. Instead, he insisted it's a choice. Former President Trump is being issued a subpoena by the House January 6th committee. In a letter Friday, the panel told Trump it wanted relevant documents by November 4th. The committee also wants Trump to participate in one or more days of deposition testimony beginning on or about November 14th. The panel said Trump was at the center of the first and only effort by any U.S. president to overturn an election. 3 people have been arrested in what Florida police are calling an historic seizure of fentanyl.
We've got the team working here. But dadgummit, people have got to wake up and understand that stuff is pouring in on us across the border, and it's killing our people.
That's Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. He says 11 pounds was seized, enough to kill 2.7 million people in Florida. He says the drugs came in from Mexico, and he's calling on the federal government to get a handle on the southern border. Wall Street is posting its best week since June. Stocks Friday extended gains on corporate earnings and reports that the Federal Reserve might consider smaller rate hikes after November. Financial stocks help boost markets with Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase leading the way. The Dow Jones Industrial gained 748 points. The S&P 500 added 86. The Nasdaq rose 244. A Category 2 hurricane is expected to hit the coast of Mexico this weekend. Forecasters predict Hurricane Roslyn will make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast between Mazatlan and Puerto Vallarta either tonight or tomorrow morning. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Psst. Yeah, it's me, your heart. Listen to me. We've got to talk. High blood pressure is serious, and yours? Whoa. What happened to us? We used to be so much more active. But lately, you've been ignoring me. I know you think I'm just going to keep ticking away forever, but you're wrong. You can do so much more to control your high blood pressure. Doing the minimum isn't doing enough. I'm under a lot of pressure and can quit whenever I want. Bet you didn't know that. But I like my job. Just treat me better. Check on me. Give me something green to nibble on every once in a while. And maybe we can do some exercise on occasion. Let's get to it. After all, we're in this together.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
The guy who police say attacked another man with a samurai sword at a Manhattan subway station Thursday is now in police custody. Andrew Whitman has more.
27-year-old Selwyn Bernardez was arrested Friday and charged with assault and reckless endangerment. Police say he got into an argument with the man on board a northbound A train. When it stopped at the Chambers Street station, they say Bernardez hit the man on the head with the sword while the sword was still in its protective sheath. The victim suffered a deep cut to his head.
The man accused of going on a killing spree in California reportedly used a ghost gun for his crimes. Julie Ryan has more.
No background check is needed to buy a ghost gun, and they don't have serial numbers, making them harder to trace. Wesley Brownlee, the man connected to 6 murders and 1 attempted murder in Stockton and Oakland, was banned from buying or owning guns because he's a convicted drug offender. Stockton Police Department spokesperson Joseph Silva says Brownlee allegedly used a ghost gun, and ballistics evidence from the crime scene connects him to the shootings. Brownlee is being charged with 3 counts of murder, and more charges may come soon. I'm Julie Ryan.
Canada's Prime Minister is freezing handgun sales and transfers. Justin Trudeau announced a ban on any exchange of handguns between individuals, in addition to a stop to foreign handguns being brought into the country from abroad. He said his citizens have the right to feel safe in their homes, in their schools, and in their places of worship. Dozens of pilots are reporting unidentified flying object sightings across the Pacific Ocean over the last 2 months. That's according to Ben Hansen, a former FBI agent and the host of Discovery show UFO Witness. He's obtained new footage and air traffic control recordings that reveal baffled pilots struggling to describe their bizarre mid-air sightings. Hansen compiled accounts of pilots from Southwest Airlines, Hawaiian Airlines, and others between August 6th and September 23rd. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
Halloween's just about a week away, and some communities will celebrate it that previous weekend, which is next Saturday. Here's the trick-or-treat times we have for some of our surrounding areas. Harrodsburg will have their trick-or-treat on Saturday, October 29th from 5 until 8, with the Night of the Great Pumpkin as well, while Junction City will have theirs that Saturday, the 29th, at 5. Meanwhile, Perryville, Danville, and Bergen will have theirs on Halloween night, Monday the 31st. Perryville from 5 until 7, and Danville and Bergen from 6 until 8. A grand jury has indicted former Justice Cabinet Secretary and State Rep John Tilley on a charge of first-degree rape. Tilley served 5 terms as a Democratic lawmaker in Hopkinsville and also oversaw Kentucky's state prison system when former Governor Matt Bevin was in office. He was arrested back in August on this charge after being accused of rape by a woman who prosecutors say was too intoxicated to consent. He has pled not guilty. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hey folks, this is Duke Owens, General Manager here at Cartown Kia in Nicholasville. You know, folks are complaining daily about supply chains and inventory. We don't have that problem. We have new Kias arriving daily. We have a great selection of Kias from Tellurides, Sorrentos, Sportages, Celtos, Souls, K5s, and Fortes. And remember, we have over 20 lenders that want to approve you. Come and see us here at Cartown Kia or look us up online at cartownkiausa.com.
While supplies last with approved credit, see dealer for details and availability.
ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way.
It's Chastity at ADA Heating and Air. Contacting us just got easier. Check us out online at adaheatingandair.com to get information on services and products we offer, schedule service, set up an estimate. You can even fill out a credit application for financing and let us know how we did with our satisfaction survey. Call us at 859-519-6382.
ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way.
You deserve the best. The best town, best friends, best family, and yes, you deserve the best full-service banking center. You deserve Town & Country Bank and Trust. Voted the best customer service in Anderson County by you. No matter whether you're making a deposit, speaking to a loan officer, or calling our Customer Resource Center, we focus on creating lasting relationships with all of our customers. Town & Country Bank and Trust. Visit us online at mytcbt.bank or at our Lawrenceburg Banking Center location. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Central Kentucky Mulch and Stone, your landscape supplier. For designer and construction gravel, cut stones, color mulches, straw blankets, and more. Located on Daveco Drive off the Danville Bypass.
Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, a low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
We have experienced a little technical difficulty. We'll have breakfast with the coaches starting for you in just a few minutes right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
WHBN, your country.
If I left you, I wouldn't stay gone so long. If I left you, I'd worry how you got along. But you left me alone here.
It's time once again for Breakfast with the Football Coaches and Players, live from the old bus station restaurant on South Greenville Street. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, the Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net, and the old bus station restaurant. Now, let's go out live to the old bus station restaurant and your host, Dan Yates.
You're on, fellas.
Stay home and watch us play.
Do we have to do any of this? I don't have to touch you.
Hey, fellas, if you can hear me, you're on the air.
morning. Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with the Coaches. A couple of technical difficulties here this morning, but I think at least you'll be able to hear us. We're coming to you on Skype. Okay, you ready? All right. Head Coach Greg Yeast. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Can you back our volumes down a little?
Yes, a little loud.
It sounds good. It's too much of it. All right, Coach Harris. Coach Harris, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Holler into that mic. Let me test your volume.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Well, we can always hear you, William. We can always hear you.
All right. Good morning, folks. Welcome to Breakfast with the Coaches. My name is Dan Yates. I'm your host. And Johnny, I want to thank you for coming down. Don't go far. But we are live from the Old West Station this morning, another beautiful Saturday morning. We've been blessed with weather, Coach, and I know that's been good for your team and your practices, but we have a table full of young men this morning. And if you would just go around the table, and let's start with number 51 right here.
Yeah, that's Gage.
Gage Bennett.
Gage
Good morning,
Bennett.
Gage Bennett.
And then we got Coach Short. Coach Tyus Short.
Coach Tyus Short.
We got Elijah Buford.
Number 74 down there. Look at him studying his game film from last night. You got to appreciate that, Coach.
He wants to show me that he did something that we were coaching him to do. He can't wait to show me, which is a good thing.
And a very special guest next to you this morning.
And then sitting beside me is Tori and I's firstborn child, Russ Yeast.
Welcome, Russ.
And then we got our center, Gavin Rodriguez.
Gavin. He and I had a little conversation earlier. I asked him, I said, I've never seen you get, but something happened. But I'm going to tell you what, he answered the call, and
Yes,
I appreciate you had a conversation with him after he came over last night. Really some good leadership there. And
I was trying to calm him down.
Yeah, it was a tight moment. And then we have number 2 down here, Morgan Pennington, who had a great game on both sides of the ball. And got the quiet one down here.
Yeah, he still sleep a little bit. That's Zayden Jackson.
Zayden Jackson, number 9. Another guy that had a great game last night. And then Coach William Harris. Good morning to you, gentlemen.
Hello.
Gentlemen, it was a beautiful evening for football, and I'll be honest with you. I saw a lot more down at the Sales than I was expecting. Beautiful field and facility.
Wasn't it nice?
It was super nice. Designed a lot like Lexington Catholic, their original concept, and the baseball, softball complex on one end, and then just a beautiful stadium, and a lot of support for that program down there. There were people tailgating when the team and our team came in as well, but it was good to see you guys take the field and come out with the victory last night, 30-25. Coach, you did a lot of things good last night. And if I could just step back and look at it globally, you got to play a lot of people. Your team is maturing, maybe later than you would wish, but saw a lot of good things from a lot of people.
We did. We done some good things. We made a lot of plays. We just got to eliminate some of the mental errors. If we can eliminate those, man, mental errors and just procedural things, just things that kind of put us in position. We're a good football team, but we could be a lot better. But I wanted the offensive line to come today. I don't think everybody was able to come, but I wanted those guys. I think that was the best group that we had last night in the game. They really blocked well, opened up a lot of holes for the running backs, protected the quarterback very well. So I was just really pleased. And hey, y'all come on the radio and eat some breakfast this morning. Get them a little something in their bellies.
Well, you all are football guys, Coach Harris. We've been around it all of our lives. Even your son, anybody here at the table outside of the team will tell you, if you don't get it done tackle to tackle, it's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, the game begins and ends up front on both sides of the ball. If you look at the history of this game, in college football, professional football, the quarterback is the main guy, but everything starts and it ends up front. So you can have the best receivers, quarterbacks, the best defensive backs and linebackers.
Here's the score from the Kentucky
line, and your defensive line are not doing their job, then nobody else can do their job. So it starts up front on both sides.
Right. Well, Coach, I know that we were kind of just sitting back waiting to see who would come out as your quarterback last evening. And I'll have to say that young man in 6 quarters as a freshman has done a tremendous job for you. He
Well,
has run the team for you.
Well, I'll tell you the one thing about him, and he's
and we're talking about number 4.
We're talking
Ashton
about number
Drakeford.
4, Ashton Drakeford. He's extremely athletic. He's a good-looking kid. He's long. He's got a decent arm. He's got excellent legs. He's got really good hands. He's just got to get in the weight room. And the one thing that, he made a play in the middle of the game, but, one thing that all day yesterday from school all the way throughout the game, the one thing, the word that we use with him and I is, what's your word for the day? Confidence. Because if he's confident, he can be as good as he wants to be. And we're just trying to make sure that we get him to understand, hey, you don't got to do everything. When we need you to make a play, make a play. But be confident in everything that you do, because when you do it, you're pretty good at it. But Thaddeus also is too.
Absolutely.
So, I just want to give people something to prepare for.
You sure are.
You don't know who's going to come out, because I think they're both very capable. And I think I'm a little bit different. I really, really care about this year, but I can't wait for the off season so that we can get a full off season and then come back next year, and then we can decide who the quarterback is going to be and where we're going to put pieces and go from there. But it just really gives us a couple options to have a freshman and a junior, and they both can do it, and they're both athletic. They both can throw it. They both can run it.
And if they're not throwing it, they could be catching it from the other guy.
Correct.
Absolutely.
As we saw last week, first half, Ashton starts. He got a little rattled. Hey, come on, Thaddeus, you got to go back. As soon as we came back in the second half, the very first play on offense, threw it right to him. He got 15 yards.
Absolutely.
So, and then this week and last week, Thaddeus making plays for him, catching the ball, and the same thing this week.
Absolutely. You talk about confidence. I know he bobbled a punt or a kick last week and took a little dip, but he was very confident last night when he fair caught those balls.
Caught them all.
And caught them all. And you could tell. He was focused on that. And so forth. But we're so proud of him and everything they've done. Coach, let's go through here. Your first score was with 6:06 in the first quarter. It was Pennington, this young man sitting across from me here on a 30-yard touchdown run, and Kokenauer solid all night long on his PATs.
Yeah. If we could get number 2 to lower his pad level.
Yes, sir.
And run behind his pads.
Yes, sir.
Instead of letting his pads stand straight up in the air, he might have 5 or 6 more touchdowns right now.
We talked about that. He runs tall if you just lower his center of gravity. But the young man had an excellent night last night, even those that were, negated by penalty. But and then your leading rusher by 4 yards going into last night's game, Griffith, number 22, on a 19-yard touchdown run. Both these guys ran with authority last night.
I mean, did you see the holes that they had to run through? I mean, that's
oh my gosh.
I mean, we're starting to get to the point where we got some of these big boys coming off on the sideline saying, "Coach, run this. Coach, we got to run this." And so we didn't have that earlier in the season. But now, as the year has gone on, now they're coming to the sideline saying, "Hey, Coach, run this play."
While we're on that, did I see your center pull and trap?
Absolutely.
Called it, saw it, wonderful job. He was uncovered and just pulled, kicked the man out, and I think it was Griffith on that particular run that had the big game.
Well, that's the pin and pull. That's the pin and pull scheme. If you're uncovered, then the guy beside you is going to pin so you can pull, and that's pretty much how that goes. So if you can play center and you can snap and you can pull, that gives you a chance to play at the next level at some form or fashion.
Amen. And it was such a good block. I mean, not only did we get a goosebump upstairs, but I think
was excited about that.
I know it.
We all were.
Everybody was. Coach, in the second quarter, 3:06 remaining on the clock, a perfectly thrown ball from Drakeford to a guy that had worked on the route and got himself open at the pylon. Perry makes a great catch, and you're up after the Kokenauer PAT 20-7.
Yeah.
But just another great job of protection up front.
Excellent protection, good throw, good catch. I mean, you're working with our young quarterback on what you're supposed to read. He reads it right. He makes a good throw. and JP goes up and makes the play, and we score a touchdown. So it was good play all around, a good confidence play for both of those two, because Ashton he needs confidence, and when you make a play like that, it helps with his confidence. JP, he needs confidence. When you make a play like that, that helps boost your confidence as well. So good to see those two make a play.
Amen. Coach, you got 15 seconds left in the second quarter, and you drive it down. I know you would have wanted more, and some things prevented that from happening, but Wilson hits a 38-yard field goal, and it was just like an everyday thing to him, it seemed like. So confident, so cool.
After that play, we were lining up for the kickoff, and the official says, "Hey, Coach, come here for a second." And I walked down there. He said, "Man, your kicker has got a tremendous leg. That was a great kick." I said, "Man, he's got 50 plus all day easy." And he really does. I really feel comfortable running him out there and kicking from 50. And I think he hadn't missed one yet. And the only one he's missed all year is the one that got blocked.
Right.
And he's pretty accurate, and he's very confident, and he's got a boomstick.
I think he was 28 of 29 going into last night.
Yep.
We're starting to watch the kickers now more in pregame than we ever have it in our life, because between Wilson and Kokenauer, they put on a show. It's a very quiet show, but and I don't know if you noticed, but the press box, it's one of the highest that we've ever been in.
Mm-hmm.
And I look out there in front of me, and I think it was Kokenauer that had punted the ball. And I mean, Coach, it was higher than the press box, and he punted it from the 50, and it went all the way to the back line of the end zone. But those guys are special, and they're a great dimension and addition to your football team. But Coach, so what'd you do at halftime? What'd you talk about with a 23-7 lead at the half? I can't ask that, can I?
No, we talked.
I'm just kidding you. Okay, moving right along.
No, I'm just kidding. No, we really, honestly, we talked about we have got to be a disciplined football team.
Yes.
We as coaches, myself and our coaching staff, we are absolutely tired of just going out there and watching you guys be undisciplined and do things to hurt us, because I don't take anything away from the sales, but we're much better than them. But the reason why they're in the game is because of our lack of discipline, and everything that we do to try to get you guys to be disciplined, to be fundamentally sound. We're just asking you to go out there and do it. And that's what we really talked about. Just be disciplined. Go out and execute in the second half, but be disciplined. That was the number one thing.
Absolutely.
In that first sector, we have 4 penalties for 35 yards. Is that what
I think we might have had more than that.
I think you had 5 or 6 maybe.
Okay.
At that point.
I just
more
remember,
than that.
and that was the issue.
We have 4 procedural penalties in the first 2 drives.
That's what. Okay.
We had a defensive offsides, and then we had 3 procedural penalties on offense in our first drive.
Yeah, in all fairness,
that's just discipline. That's just focus, attention to detail.
4th and 3, that was huge.
Yeah,
that was huge.
And those are the things that move them forward. And that's something else that we talked about after the game. I'm excited that we won the game. I'm happy we won this game, but I'm disappointed in the way that we won this game because of our lack of discipline. Because moving forward, hey, we're going to play another team this week, and they're going to be better than the team we played last night. And then the team that we're going to play the following week, they're going to be better than the team that we're going to play this upcoming week. So we got to be focused and disciplined and do our job. That's what's going to give us opportunity to win. It's not the big splash plays. It's the discipline plays. It's the little things. It's the small things.
Right. Well, Coach, the Colts quarterback, Moulter, with 2:15 remaining in the third, he threw a 10-yard touchdown pass, and with 8:38 remaining in the fourth, he threw another touchdown pass, and both of the second PAT was good, but Coach, they picked up 14 points there in a span of about 10 minutes, and the score's 23-19. What are you thinking at this point?
Well, I'm going to refer to the defensive coordinator on this one.
Yeah, Coach.
Well, I'm thinking about why can't we keep the top on? That was my biggest issue.
Right.
You know, we've done a good job all week about mixing up our looks, playing with an 8-man box, 7-man box, playing two high, 1 high, And,
Right. Bring that mic a little closer, Coach.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm going to jump right at you on one. I noticed that you took a man out of the secondary and brought him down to because they liked the single receiver side last night.
Love the single receiver side.
They was just attacking our freshmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
People have tried that several times, but you came out, you tried to give him a little help, and then the whole team, their team's looking to the sideline. And when you walked your guy out of the middle of the field, then they call a slant on you.
Yeah.
Pick up a couple of
Well,
big yards.
honestly and truthfully, it was actually a perfect call for us because what we're trying to do is we're playing with inside leverage with our outside linebacker, and then we're playing over top with our corner, just an inverted cover 2 look. And our outside linebacker hops outside, now gives the free lane for the slant right off the top. And if you're not doing your job in outside linebacker, it's completely open. But if you do your job, now he has no way to go. Now he's just going to have to push vertical. And if you go back and watch the play, our outside linebacker hops outside, doesn't put his hands on the single receiver, and then gives him a free release inside. And then that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. And this was my conversation with him. I said, son, you're 6'3", long, you're strong, you got some athleticism. Why do you not put your hands on him? And you're right there.
Yeah.
Help me understand that. He said, oh, no, Coach. Hey, but we'll get that fixed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get it fixed.
That gentleman, he's a phenomenal football player. He won't get it fixed.
He cares. He cares. He'll get it fixed.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, Coach, 6:03 remaining in the fourth. Number 2, Pennington again on a 3-yard touchdown run, and that extends the lead to 29-19. Coconauer's PAT was good. Scores 30-19.
Well, Coach, I had to put him in because Denham had made a couple really nice runs to get it down inside the 5-yard line. And I got somebody standing in the back of my ear here. Coach, put me in. I'll get it in. Coach, put me in. I'll get it in. Coach, put me in. I'll get it in. Come on, Coach, put me in. So I turned around. I was like, all right. Well,
usually
come on, Morgan,
that doesn't
let's go.
work, you know.
All right, well, come on, let's go.
Which is awesome, though, because at the beginning of the season,
he wouldn't do that.
Morgan did
There's
not
no way.
play any offense.
But at the beginning of the season, he would go and stand back behind everybody and kind of hide. I ain't trying to go in there on offense. I'm just going to play defense. But now, hey, Coach, put me in. I'll score. I got it. Come on, put me in. Let me put it across the line. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Isn't it awesome to see when the light bulb goes off?
Yeah.
When the confidence.
But I'm waiting for him to be down there at any point and put his shoulder pad level down and run over somebody instead of being big and strong and saying, here, hit me in the chest, and I'm just going to keep going and fall forward.
Right.
Oh, he carried 59 at one point in time. Imagine if he runs with his
with his pad level
down. He runs through the guy.
I'll tell you what.
We don't have a blaster anymore, do we?
I know somebody, if he'd have been playing against in high school, if he didn't put his pad level down, he'd get hit in the chest. One of them sitting right there, and one of them sitting right there. There's 2 of them sitting right here. 3.
Yeah.
3. They'd hit him. Your cousin would have hit you in the chest. Well, I'm telling you, though, if he get that pad level down, man.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're excited that he's getting better, just like all the rest of them.
Absolutely. They sure are. Well, Coach, we're going to go around the table here in a minute. I think we probably ought to take a station break. Jason, if we can pull this off, let's try it.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local Shelter Insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Hey, Joe Mathis.
Yeah, Radio Rick.
It's almost playoff time for high school football, and it's the Pizza Hut Pigskin Report.
Every Monday night at the Harrisburg Pizza Hut from 6 to 7, we talk with the area football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Mercer County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Center College head football coach Andy Fry, and UK head football coach Mark Stoops. The Pizza Hut Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net.
What he said.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Would you like to receive a free gift? Refer a friend or family member to Farmers National Bank and receive your free gift. It's simple. Visit the bank's website at fnbky.com. And when your friend opens a Farmers National Bank checking account, you receive a free gift. Stop by a Farmers National Bank office in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Liberty, Middleburg, Perryville, and Stanford. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And welcome back. We are live from the old bus station this morning. My name is Dan Yates. We are here with Breakfast with the Coaches, and we have a great table of folks down here this morning. Coach East has managed to get the gas heater turned on. He's sitting directly beneath it. Coach, I think he needs some extra down for Christmas or something. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Coach, let's talk to number 55 here for a second. Let's talk about his game last night.
He's a stud.
Number 55 is Gavin Rodriguez, and like I said, when he pulled from that center position, our eyes just opened up. Did we really see that? But he just leveled the guy and opened up a lane for our running backs.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, this really actually goes back to practice. Coach Short's the offensive line coach. He does a phenomenal job. But I can remember being in practice, and we talked about it. Pin and pull,
right.
That's one of our main schemes, and told Gavin, like, hey, this is what happens. This is when you're going to pull. And ever since then, I mean, he's had to be taught. He was taught it once, and from that point on, he's understood the concept and he's understood exactly what to do.
Yeah.
The cool part is not him executing it last night. The fact that he did a phenomenal job in practice over the summertime, over this season, and that when he had the opportunity to do it, he did it, and it looked like he'd been running it all year.
Amazing. What'd you think about last night's game? What was your favorite part?
Probably that play when I pancaked him, and it was just an exciting moment, and
yeah. We referred to it as roaching him because he was laying there with all fours up. But what's your favorite part of the game as a player?
Defense.
Nah, not defense. Definitely scoring.
Yep. That's awesome. So how long have you played the game?
I've been playing for about 5 years, probably.
Mm-hmm. And what do you want to do with this football thing? Do you want to take it any farther after this?
Yeah, I want to make it to the next level.
Coach, I love looking at this roster over here, and I see freshmen, sophomore, junior guys that are coming back. It's just
we've got a great mix of kids.
We really do.
Got some great seniors, got some great juniors, great sophomores, great freshmen. We played 4 freshmen last night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You got some folks in the ball game last night.
Yeah.
How important, and I'm going to ask you individually, how important do you think is the winter is to the football season, that off-season training?
It's very important because that's when you're in the weight room and you're getting bigger, stronger, faster every day.
Yeah, and I'm sure you pay close attention to your diet and only eat the right foods, correct?
I try.
That kind of slid out sideways, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Gavin is one of the most well-coached kids. He does exactly what you try to tell him to do. If we told Gavin, hey, you're going to live by this strict diet, I'm gonna tell you what. If there's somebody that I would trust to do it, it'd be Gavin.
It'd be Gavin.
Yeah, because he definitely puts trust in his coaches and stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's the guy that gets it started out there each and every snap, and that alone is a lot of pressure and a big job.
Yeah, I mean, and he has taken that and ran with it. He's done a phenomenal job playing center.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking to you for the next 2 years. I know that, and proud of everything you did last evening. Anybody want to give a shout out to this morning? Just a hint. It's always good to include the mother.
Yeah, shout out to my mom for producing me, of course. Yeah. Shout out to Coach East for putting me in the position to make plays.
That's awesome. Well, if you would, once again, thank you for being with us this morning. 55, Gavin Rodriguez. He's your center and one of your outstanding linemen up front. But let's pass those phones over to number 2. Morgan Pennington, good morning.
Well, good morning.
You know what? We like to watch you play because we anticipate that something more is going to happen each and every week, and you have. There's been a real growth process. Even back to one of the scrimmages, I think it was the second scrimmage that I came out and watched. You had some terrific runs that game. But it's good to see you and both sides of the ball, and I really like it, Coach. I look over at him last night. He's in the middle linebacker position, and he's pointing and he's talking. He's chatting among the backers. There's a communication thing going on, and it's coming from this guy, number 2. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I thought last night, for the most part, we did a great job communicating on defense, and it really did. It ran through Morgan. You could see him helping the outside linebacker get lined up. You could see him helping the other inside linebacker get lined up, and he is definitely taking his game to the next level over the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely, and we don't want to leave guys out like Caden Simro, who leads your team in tackles for losses. I think he's got 11.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other good guys that had a great game, like Kingston Mays.
Oh.
And then you
name a game where Kingston didn't have a great game.
I'm telling you, got a fumble recovery last night. You know, his first one, he returned 32 yards for a TD.
Yeah,
Is that ever Lineman's dream? Huh?
Absolutely.
Come on now.
I'm going to tell you something. I told him I was jealous.
Yeah.
I never got that opportunity.
Yeah.
But I was never as fast as Kingston either.
Too much fun, but you had a blast. I'm telling you, and you left some history behind there.
Well, here's another cool part. Morgan's actually my little cousin, and so that's the part that I love about coaching here is that I get to coach my people, and then
That's
at the same
amazing.
time I get to coach my little cousins. Like Morgan's my little cousin, Simro's my little cousin.
That is awesome.
That I think that and that means a little something extra for me.
Sure
You know
does.
what I'm saying? I get to help mold my little cousins and the people from Mercer County.
What's the favorite part of the game? Let me ask you first: offense or defense?
Defense.
Defense.
All day.
All day. There's a right answer for you.
That's right.
I don't know that Coach E started, but we were.
Well, but here's the part, and that's what Coach East and I were talking about. Beginning of the season, he was like, Morgan, you're going to have to run the football too. And then
Yeah.
Morgan would. He'd go hide in the back. He'd go hide behind me. Like, come on, buddy. Get up here and go run the football.
That's amazing. What's your favorite part of the game, Morgan Pennington?
My favorite part of the game was probably the touchdowns.
No, I mean the game in general.
Oh.
I know you're proud of those two,
yeah.
and you should be.
Probably just playing with the people like you've grown up with all your life, and it's just a really good experience for real.
There's nothing like teammates.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll remember them for the rest of your life. And I know that Coach Yeast and Coach Harris can tell you all about that. But, when I look at you defensively as a team going into last night's game, you had 31 solos, 31 assists for 62 total, 3 tackles for loss, and 1 defensive sack. Is there anything better than a defensive sack?
No.
Or a TFL?
No.
He got one last night on
It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's a great experience for real. On Sundays we have Big Lick Awards.
Yes.
And I hope I get the Big Lick Award.
I know how important those are, but Miles Haygood, Coach, had a good game last night. Number 15. He going into last night. He was your second leading tackler with 52. Caden Simro had 50, but the standout with him are those 11 tackles for losses. Kingston Mays, unbelievable player, but. and then comes Drakeford, Perry, Shepperson, Pfister, and the list goes on and on. But it was a wonderful thing to see last night when those holes opened up for you. And but we're glad you had a great game. Hope you have a great week of practice and get ready for your final home game here on the schedule this coming Friday night. But anybody want to give a shout out to this morning?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out to my parents, my mom, my dad, and I'd like to shout out the coaches for being wonderful.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Fine young men. And Coach, I tell you what, you got a good crop down here this morning.
Oh, yeah. They're all awesome boys, man.
Well, I'll let you introduce our next player to us here. Where's
All right.
number 9 for us?
Zayden Jackson, hey, the man, the myth, the legend. The one that's going to love on you 1 second, and then he's going to roast you the next second.
You got a little Jekyll and Hyde thing going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll give you a hug 1 second, and then he'll call me short the next one.
All right. I'm trying to get him on
You want
the.
me to trade right now?
Yeah, just put it on him. Coach East.
Zayden's done a phenomenal job this year.
I tell you what, I want to talk to him real quick. We can do this. Go ahead, Coach Harris. Put that back on. See, this is what you get when you get 9, 10 people down here, huh? You got wires across your eggs and headphones in your blueberry pancakes. But number 9, Zayden Jackson, good to have you this morning. He's like the quiet one, isn't he? Huh?
And yes and no.
Bring that mic.
He is quiet.
Yeah.
Until you get to know him, and then you say, Zayden, you got to shut up right now.
Made some great plays last night. And it just stands out. I mean, there's just something about him, a glow that comes off of him or something. But, when he makes a big play, he's in the house.
Well, the cool part about Zayden is, he got a sack. He had a couple tackles last night, and it's just routine for him. He gets up and says, you know what, I was supposed to make that play. The one piece that we have to understand as a D-line is that we're really, really good up front. And so we're struggling right now because we went from getting single block at the beginning of the season to they're pretty much double teaming all of our defensive linemen, and then they're telling linebackers, hey, come make the play. And so I think that Zayden was frustrated at times because he kept getting double teamed last night. But that's the ultimate compliment. As a defensive lineman, when they feel like they had to double team you know you've done a good job.
We've seen him do it to Kingston. We've seen him do it to several people.
Well, at one point in time last night, they were triple teaming Kingston. They had a tackle that would set on him. They'd have a wing that would come down and chip on him. And at one point in time, the wing from the running back, not the wing, sorry, the running back came and chipped on Kingston as well. I mean, the D-line's done a phenomenal job. And, Zayden's kind of one of those leaders up there for the D-line.
And I know you got a lot of people in there last night, but Zayden, when he comes off the ball, I mean, he looks like he was made to play that role right there.
Yes, absolutely.
Seriously. And you got to be thinking, shoot, fire, if he gains 20 pounds, get stronger, and oh my gosh.
Yep.
But I say that because I remember interviewing him as a sophomore, and he was meek and he was quiet. I mean, not that he's outspoken right now, but I got a feeling if I steal his bacon, something might happen,
I wouldn't steal that
You're
bacon.
fun to watch play. I mean, I guess that's the best way I can put it.
He is, yeah.
They all are. They have such unique characteristics and so forth. But what is your favorite part of the game?
Pull it up.
Pull it up tight.
Getting tackles.
Getting tackles. The TFLs and the sacks, those are the best, though, to me. Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, he does a good job. And he's had quite a few tackles, quite a few TFLs.
Yeah.
He's done a good job.
Yeah. Well, we wish you the best, and sure do enjoy watching you and your teammates play. But who would you like to give a shout out to this morning?
Mom, dad, brother.
Awesome. You can tell it's a neat family. I noticed that. I remembered that from when they were here 2 years ago, and the family was sitting right over here. And that's the thing I appreciate about these young men and their families are those relationships. But, well, coaches, we're going to throw both sets of headsets down this way, and we're going to put Coach East back on. And we're going to talk with number 51, Gage Bennett, another one of this young group of football players that we're blessed to have here and on this team. And we'll let those guys saddle up real quick. All right. I dropped that right there. Okay. Okay, we're going to have 51. Good morning, sir. You were the third one here this morning, and always on time. And I know that's important to any team. But we're about to get adjusted here, folks. But 51, Gage, welcome. How are you? Real close to you.
Where, like right here?
Yeah, kind of like those astronauts and those airline pilots. Yeah, real close. Yeah. Coach Short, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
You always wear a smile. You know it. we got out of the car. You guys were off the bus, and I came through there, and you just got this grin going on all the time, huh?
Man, just real happy. Real happy with our win last night.
Yeah. You got a bunch of great kids, Coach. And I know you know that, and this is what I like about the opportunity to talk to them. And 51 Bennett here. I mean, sophomore, Coach. What promise this guy is.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to for more years with him, man. I love coaching Gage.
What do you see his strength in him?
He's smart. He's smart.
Okay, but what's his best position?
He's our guard, and he pulls really well. Last night I don't think he missed a block on pulls, and we pulled him a good amount of times last night, and he got on his blocks really well. He came down on big 59 a couple times, and he held his own for weighing about $150. Compared to.
Now he's about 165. Come on now. He's selling you short, Gage. What do you think? Huh? You don't have to let that information out. We know the difference between actual weights and what we put in the program, don't we, Coach East?
Like Albus Johnson.
The Albus Johnson theory.
Like putting Craig East in the 5'9", 185. We'll put Gage in at 6'2".
Yeah, Coach Johnson put me in at 185, and I was never over 160 the whole time I was in high school.
That's it.
I just love everything about that. But Gage, what's your favorite part of the game, man?
I like hitting people a little bit, and then I like pulling a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing. I mean, he's just a young sophomore.
I know.
Amazing. And it's what we're so hyped about with all these guys around here. You got such youth, and you got such promise, and it's just really good timing for this program.
Oh, yeah.
Where you guys are at as a staff, where they're at as players, and Gage, playoffs. What's that mean to you as a player?
I'm not sure exactly.
It's an experience. It's something you'll remember your entire life. And I know that as you go along and progress with this game, you'll get to understand that even more. But that's like that third aspect of the season. That's when the special season really begins.
I feel like it's more like when everything starts getting like serious.
Yeah.
Like when the actual season starts, it gets serious. But then when the playoff starts, it gets like more serious.
Yeah. Do you like film study? Do you like watching film? Do you like watching yourself on film and improving?
I mean, whenever we watch film in there, it's kind of rough. But
in the group setting with the coaches?
What? Yeah, it hasn't been rough for 2 weeks.
That's awesome.
In the beginning. Hey, but yeah, watching everybody on film is fun.
Yeah. Well, Gage, it's been a pleasure to have you. And would you like to give a shout out to someone this morning?
My family and all my coaches.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, Gage, you know you're welcome, as well as all of these young men here any Saturday morning. And I mean that. And we always remember when you come, and we won't forget you when you leave. So, Coach, if you'll grab that headset and pass it over there to Big 74.
This one reads.
Elijah Buford, one of our captains. We may have to, just switch chairs. Get Elijah over here. Coach Shorts, you got to be loving this. I mean, you're coaching some super kids.
I definitely got lucky. We talked about at the beginning of the season a bunch of times. Like, man, I came in at the perfect time to be an O-line, D-line coach. I mean, we got a great group of kids.
And speaking of super, we got the homecoming king sitting next to us.
The homecoming king himself, Big Bew.
Big Bew. Loving it. 74.
Can I get a ribeye?
When I get one,
pull that mic closer to you. 74. We have watched your continued growth and improvement throughout this season, and Coach, I know you'll echo that the same. But you had a good ball game last night. Tell me what was your favorite part of last night's ball game?
Well, the whole week, Coach East said when we run 23, the linebackers going to blitz the gaps. Well, last night we ran 23. We ran it multiple times. And on two of the 23s, he blitzed the gap.
You picked it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he destroyed Buddy coming through there. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
We ran past him the week before.
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did. But I was so excited. I jumped up. My hat fell off. I almost broke my headset. I'm like, oh, Buford, let's go, Buford.
Well, he's a big man and a big man to follow. And, just collectively, the offensive line did a great job last night. Defensive line as well. But he's one of those guys, when you wear 74 and you're his size, you're going to recognize him.
That's what I told him. I
The
said,
good, the bad, and the ugly.
That's it. You can't miss him.
The thing to do is get rid of the bad and the ugly, right?
Yes, sir.
But
Yes, sir.
it's an academic sport. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's so many intricacies to this. It's not even funny, as you well know. 4 years here locally, and then 4 years at K-State, and which, by the way, since we're on K-State, I want to give a shout out to James Dunn from Bergen. He and his wife heavily involved with Kentucky State University, and I noticed where he was named to their Hall of Fame just like this week.
Wow.
So he's being inducted. I'm sure it'll probably be at the next home ball game, if that's not today. But give a shout out to James Dunn and his wife, because they're great people here in our community, the community of Bergen, and just great people. But congrats to him for his Hall of Fame induction at Kentucky State University. But we're doing pretty good on time. I do want to slide across the table here in just a second. But so how are you going to make yourself even better, especially for this week and the weeks that follow, and the men around you as it relates to the end of our season?
Just be a very coachable player.
Yeah. Soak it all in like a sponge.
Yeah.
Because everything you do contributes to the whole. But I see a little bit of leadership that's starting to happen with this young man, and I'm very proud of that. But you want to give a shout out to anybody this morning?
My mom and my coaches.
All right. I appreciate that. 74, Elijah Buford. You're king this morning at our table too, okay, babe? It's good talking to you. Coach Short, you're blessed to be able to work with these guys. You and Coach Harris and all these guys. I mean, you got a good group.
No doubt.
For
sure. For sure.
Well, Coach, we got about 4 minutes. We're going to transition both sets of headsets across to the table there to the guys with sun in their eyes this morning. There you go. Thank you, sir. Here, take it under the table. There we go.
We got
All right.
the moving headsets around here.
I know it, man. It keeps people awake that may be listening, though, if they're sitting there kind of dozing off. Huh? Coach East, I'm going to let you make this introduction because he's one of your two children. We had a wonderful conversation with your daughter, Russ's sister, last week. And I even had some people comment on that interview that listened to it, and they were like, oh, my gosh.
I got great kids.
That's right. You do. You have great kids.
I have wonderful kids. God is truly blessed.
Now, your wife and I had a conversation last night, and we're trying to figure out what percentage that, how small a percentage you had in that.
Well, the percentage that I had, and I'm going to go 70-30, Tori. 70, me 30.
That's a good call.
That's a
great call.
Yeah.
Introduce us, Coach.
I outkicked my coverage, and when I married my wife, Tori, I married up. And then because of that, we're able to have our firstborn child, Craig Yeast II, a.k.a. Rush Yeast.
Rush Yeast.
The Los Angeles Ram.
Yeah.
Number 21 in your hearts.
Number 21. Welcome, Rush Yeast. I have never met you, seen your picture before, knew a little bit about you statistically and so forth. But when Coach made the introduction last night, I was like, he's a normal guy. He's normal. He's smiling. He's friendly. He's right here. He's in the NFL. One of the 53 guys on the World Championship St. Louis Rams.
Los Angeles.
The Los Angeles Rams. And I tell you what, here's the amazing thing to me. You're just a natural guy, and you made an incredible solo tackle, two actually, but the one that everybody's talked about here locally on national television.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, it's amazing.
Thank
But you're just a normal guy.
Oh,
But
yeah. Try to just be as normal as possible. Nothing different from between me and anybody else. It was also nice to come to the game last night in Mercer County and come watch my dad coach and watch these high school players.
Yeah.
It's a position that I was in just about 6 years ago. So
Isn't that amazing?
so it's amazing, and there's no difference between me and them. So it's always nice to come back and show my face.
You started your career at the University of Louisville, and you finished it on a an extremely high note, if you will, at Kansas State your senior year. Went to an all-star game and performed quite well. Played all 5 positions, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
in
sir.
the secondary.
Yes, sir.
How much did that increase your marketability?
It definitely increased my marketability. As far as playing professional sports and NFL goes, it's always about what can you do, what more can you do. So the more you can do, the longer you can stay around, and the more opportunity you'll have for yourself. So being able to show that versatility and play those different positions definitely allowed me to get my foot in the door and get a chance to get into an NFL building.
Were you nervous?
First
day.
Not really. I mean, at the end of the day, football is football. So I'm confident in my abilities, and I feel like if they gave me opportunity to be up there, then I'm supposed to be there. So
How organized, how structured are their practices? I mean, we all see clips from them and so forth, but I'm assuming it's like that. Every moment is accounted for.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everything is accounted for. You have a schedule that you kind of get used to on a daily basis, and everybody has their own routine. That's part of being a professional. You got to find your own routine within what the organization does, and try to be the best you can within it.
What was it like the first time you dressed in that uniform and walked out there in that stadium?
The first time I dressed played in the actual NFL game and not preseason, when I played against the Arizona Cardinals, it was pretty surreal. I mean, it's a dream come true. Ever since I put pads on for the first time as a young boy, my dream was always to be an NFL football player. And my dad was obviously playing in the NFL, and I've known other people who played in it. So I've seen other people do it in my life, and it was always felt like an attainable goal and something that I wanted to do. But just for it to actually come to fruition was a surreal moment. Not just for me and my family.
I cried.
I'm sure.
I sat in the stands and cried.
I'm sure. It's amazing. It's an amazing feat for one family. It's like the two guys that are in the finals now in the baseball that are brothers on separate teams playing against each other.
Yes, for me it was more of a man and a wife who has raised their son and watched him grow and watched him deal with adversity.
Yeah.
And watched him reach his goals and doing what he
Amen.
set out to do at a very early age.
And as we
I
talked,
cried.
good things happen to good people.
Absolutely.
Those people that have faith and those people that work hard.
That's right.
And just an exceptional young man.
And he's earned every opportunity that he has gotten up until this point. I believe he's going to continue to do the same thing.
So have the older guys on the Rams, I mean, is it easy to make friends at that level? I mean,
Oh yeah, definitely. The older guys in the locker room, they respect the young players just as much. At the end of the day, we're all NFL football players, so they see you in the locker room, they assume that you're here for a reason as well. And somebody like me just comes in, head down, and works every day and just tries to gain the respect of my players just based on what I show them that I do on a daily basis. That helped me as well. So I'm pretty much very well regarded around the locker room. A lot of my teammates really like me, and everybody kind of cheers for me and things like that. So it's a good situation. I'm happy with where I'm at, and couldn't be more blessed with the situation and team that I'm playing for right now.
That's awesome. Well, they've just given us the rooster. We got about 20 seconds left. Rush East, thank you so much for being here. Good luck to you. Stay healthy. Stay close. Stay the way you are, and you're going to have an incredible career.
Yes,
Coach
sir.
East,
Thank you for having me on.
We've just had a wonderful plethora of people down here this morning. Coach Ty Short, Coach William Harris, and all of these young men. And please bring all of them back anytime you can, because this is truly what it's all about right here.
Absolutely.
Coach, I don't know what you're doing today, but if you get a chance, get out, go to the Vines Corn Maze. What a great place to spend your Saturday afternoon.
I don't know about the corn maze, but I'm definitely going to go see my mama.
There you go. There you go. Folks, thank you for listening. This has been Breakfast with the Coaches, live from the Old West Station in downtown Harrisburg. Thank you and have a great week.
Shelter Insurance and Farmers National Bank. Join us next week at the same time for Breakfast with the Mercer County football coaches and players every Saturday morning live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street and live 9 to 10 on AM 1420 WHBN Harrisburg the Rooster, your community voice since 1955.
A federal court decision to temporarily block President Biden's student debt relief program. Jim Forbes has more.
NAACP President Derek Johnson says those who oppose the plan's cost are, quote, hypocritical. He also claimed those blaming the administration for inflation are the same people trying to stop policies to provide relief to those most affected. The White House has promised to fight against the court's decision and provide debt forgiveness to the millions who have already applied. I'm Jim Forbes.
New Hampshire authorities say a small plane crashed into a house in Keene late Friday, killing everyone on board. Keene Police Captain Steve Tenney says he didn't have any information about the passengers and crew on board the aircraft. Eyewitnesses say the single-engine Beechcraft Sierra crashed shortly before 7 and caused a large explosion that set a building next to a church on fire. City officials say there were no injuries in the multifamily building. Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon has been sentenced to 4 months in prison. For now, he'll remain free while an appeal process plays out. He was sentenced on Friday after he was convicted of contempt of Congress. Wall Street posting its best week since June. Stocks Friday extended gains on corporate earnings and reports that the Federal Reserve might consider smaller rate hikes after November. Financial stocks help boost markets, with Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase leading the way. The Dow Jones Industrial gained 748 points. The S&P 500 added 86, and the NASDAQ rose 244. A Category 2 hurricane is expected to smash into the coast of Mexico this weekend. Forecasters predict Hurricane Roslyn will make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast between Mazatlan and Puerto Vallarta either tonight or tomorrow morning. Roslyn is currently about 170 miles off the coast, with winds of 110 miles per hour, and is expected to strengthen. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Sports is about overcoming obstacles. This is Ernie Johnson Jr., and those are the stories I love to tell in the broadcast booth. But the courage of college athletes is more than matched by another group of young men, the boys fighting Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's the most prolific genetic killer diagnosed in childhood, and there's no cure. But college football coaches are doing something about it, and you can help. It's called Coach to Cure MD. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online at coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501 today. Help college football coaches cure MD. You'll be proud you did.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams will spend the weekend focused on crime in the city. Andrew Whitman has more.
He's convening a summit of sorts at Gracie Mansion to, quote, fix what isn't working. The mayor's critics, supporters, and professional experts will attend, including the borough's 5 district attorneys, the Legal Aid Society, city officials, academic experts, and community violence interrupters. Shootings and homicides were down last month compared to the last couple of years, but they're still at higher rates than pre-pandemic levels. Other crimes like robbery, auto theft, and gun arrests are up, as are attacks on the subways.
3 people have been arrested in what Florida police are calling an historic seizure of fentanyl.
We've got the team working here. But dadgummit, people have got to wake up and understand that stuff is pouring in on us across the border, and it's killing our people.
That's Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. He says 11 pounds was seized, enough to kill 2.7 million people in Florida. He says the drugs came in from Mexico. He's calling on the federal government to get a handle on the southern border. A Michigan prosecutor says the suspect in a high school shooting is expected to plead guilty to all charges next week. Ethan Crumley is charged with crimes including 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of terrorism causing death. He's accused of killing 4 students and wounding 7 more. His hearing is scheduled for Monday morning. Teachers impacted by Hurricane Ian are getting $2 million From the Florida Disaster Fund, Governor Ron DeSantis was in Fort Myers to distribute the funding for educators in 6 counties along the state's west coast. About $7 of the $50 million from the Disaster Fund has been distributed so far. Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, who spearheaded the initiative, is expected to award more money from it soon. Apple has another iPhone update coming Monday. iOS 16.1 will allow iPhone, iPad, and Apple TV users to access Fitness Plus, even if they don't have an Apple Watch. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The Isaiah House has named Andrew Hager as their new Associate Director of Community Engagement. Hager is the host of a recovery-focused podcast called Andrew Hager Live and also has more than 600,000 followers on Facebook. Hager is also the co-founder of a Versailles nonprofit called Blameless Children, which helps meet the needs of children whose parents are struggling with addiction. As the Community Engagement Associate Director, he will oversee a team that does service projects in Kentucky communities that are hit hard by substance abuse. Kentucky State Police is looking for help as they continue to search for a missing person. They say their investigation is ongoing, and they're now looking for the public's help in finding Dunville native 37-year-old Dennis Keith Davis. He was last seen at his Casey County home around 1:30 in the afternoon, the day of August 30th. You can see a picture of Davis on the Kentucky State Police Facebook page. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library. Don't start your morning testy, start your morning tasty, featuring DQ's delicious breakfast bowls starring hash browns, eggs, onions, cheese, salsa, gravy, sausage, bacon, and biscuit bites, an all-star attraction. Also co-starring Buttermilk Biscuits, pancakes, ham, and chicken strips, with special appearances by the $4 breakfast with your choice of coffee, tea, or a soft drink. Open early every morning just for you at 5 a.m. Come and get it at Dairy Queen on North College Street, where happy tastes good.
Hey folks, this is Duke Owens, General Manager here at Cartown Kia in Nicholasville. You know, folks are complaining daily about supply chains and inventory. We don't have that problem. We have new Kias arriving daily. We have a great selection of Kias from Tellurides, Sorrentos, Sportages, Celtos, Souls, K5s, and Fortes. And remember, we have over 20 lenders that want to approve you. Come and see us here at Cartown Kia or look us up online at cartownkiausa.com.
While supplies last with approved credit, see dealer for details and availability.
It's 10:07.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
It's 49 degrees.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Personal Effects, the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, your host, the guy that's leading you through the world of antiques, collectibles, decorative arts, and books. Glad you're tuning in with me today. I get so many questions in through the store. One of the first things that I wanted to be able to talk about, one of the big questions that I get, is people will come up to me and they'll say, and this is kind of a two-part question, and they'll say, Jerry, what kind of books should I collect, and how should I take care of them? And, I always, find that so funny. Let's handle the first part first. Because, that is so amazing. Jerry, what books should I collect? Well, that is a strange question. Let me first say that there are no stupid questions, but there are silly questions. And that is certainly a silly question. I think that is something that is so personal and so deep for an individual that it's hard for me to really fathom someone is asking me that. it would be the same thing as if I had gone up to some stranger on the street and said, "Hey, excuse me, what kind of food do I like to eat?" Do you get the understanding there of what I'm saying? What kind of books should I collect? Well, what kind of books do you like to read? That's always the question that I come up with, and I say, what do you like to read? What interests you? Because that's what this is all about. This is all about, and I want to first say, let's put aside all thoughts of monetary value. Let's just put that out there right now. Because we don't want to talk about value right now. We just want to talk about what interests you, what makes you happy, what gives you inspiration, what is it that fills a scholarly level, or what fills you up intellectually, or on a knowledgeable basis. What fills your knowledge quotient? What makes you happy? Because when you answer those questions, those are the books that you need to collect. That's what you need to collect. Don't let someone try to tell you what to collect, or collect this because it's current, or because this is going to be worth a lot of money one day. Don't collect this because because this is not good. You collect what makes you happy. That's the really big thing. Because here's something that I want to really be able to get across to you. This is something that is so amazing, and I'm going to quote Oprah Winfrey on this. This is going to be your aha moment. This is going to be one of those times. It's going to be the light bulb going off, and you're saying, "Wow, I never think about that." Books, the printed word, and they can be books, magazines, newspapers, journal entries, diaries, are one of the most personal things that you can come across. Much more personal than quilts or art or jewelry that you wear on your body, or clothing that you wear, the color of your room. It is so much more important than that. It is so deeply, resounding, personal. And the reason that it is personal, and people will often ask me, "Well, Jerry, why do you say that is so, that books are so personal to you?" Well, here comes the aha moment. They are personal to you because that is one of the few things that actually gets into your body. It actually gets into your brain. You are looking at words. You're looking at radio, cat, dog, chair, school, fence, tree. And your brain is actually comprehending what these symbols mean. And it's formatting it into this TREE. These shapes mean tree. This is what a tree is. And you're doing this with, even if you're not an astounding reader, but you're doing this at lightning speed, just lickety-split, one right after the other, and that is reading. That is actually in your brain. A piece of jewelry is on your finger, you lay under a quilt, or you sit in a chair. But when you actually take that book in hand, that printed word, and it can be anything from, whatever you want. A novel, it could be the Bible, it could be a textbook, it could be anything. When you read that book and you allow yourself to become part of it, that is actually getting into your brain. Now, you also couple that with sound, and it becomes even more important. That's why there is such thing as musical therapy. People are actually, seeing that music and frequency and vibrations have actually got a resounding effect on the human body. Now, I often tell people there is no substitute for being able to, in this field of antiques, of books, of collectibles, of sitting down and reading. You can watch all the TV shows that you want to. You can watch American Pickers, you can watch Antiques Roadshow, you can watch all of these different shows, and they will not have the same impact as you actually sitting down with a book or a trade newspaper or a journal or something and actually read these words. That's why it's so important. And if you couple that with what I try to do sometimes when I'm trying to really learn and develop something, it's something that's new, that I'm trying to get really in depth and find out more about the subject. One of the greatest things you can do is to have a book in your hand and read it out loud, because then you're actually getting the words into your brain, and then you're actually having the words into your ears. So you're actually getting that visual and auditory sensation, and that actually helps you to remember. So yes, that's why I say, collect what you like, because it's so personal, because it actually becomes part of you. It actually gets into your body. Now, I went out on a tangent on that one, because, that was some pretty deep stuff there, and I hope that everyone understood that. But, you do. Collect what it is that you like. Collect things that give you enjoyment. And it doesn't matter what it is. Because here's the breakdown. This is what I want you to be able to do. I want you to be able to read whatever it is that you like. I don't care if you only read Socrates or Plato, if you only read, French Renaissance literature. I don't care if you only read Harlequin romances. I don't care if it's just magazines that you read, because the important thing is that you're reading. That's the important thing. The important thing is that you're reading. Not what you're reading, but that you are actually consciously going through this process of reading. And it's the most amazing thing that you can ever do. I encourage everyone every day to read on a very aware basis. Be aware of what you're reading and that you are reading. But collect what it is that you like. Perhaps you want to be able to collect, modern first editions. Maybe you're a big gardener. There's a world of beautiful gardening books that are out there. Maybe you're into, maybe you like chemistry, cooking, needlework, anything that you want. I guarantee that there's a book out there on it. And the thing you want to do, you want to be able to focus on purchasing the best quality that you can right now. Right now. That's what you want to focus on. Don't try to buy something for what it's going to be worth in the future. Buy what you enjoy right now, and buy the best quality that you can get. Now, that may not necessarily be the copy that you want right now, because I've done this for a long time, and I guarantee there are a lot of books out there that I'm waiting and waiting to find. And one day, all of a sudden, you'll find it. Let's take an example. Perhaps you want to collect Ray Bradbury. Now, let's say you've got a budget of $100. $100 is not going to get you a signed first edition dust-jacketed copy of Fahrenheit 451. Fahrenheit 451 is, Ray Bradbury's pinnacle book. It is the book that everyone wants. It is the book that science fiction collectors really covet. And when you couple such things as dust jackets and such things as signatures, that makes it really important, and that makes that book actually become, worth of about $1,000 to $1,500, and that goes up considerably. Let's say you'd only have $100. Well, you're not going to get that first edition copy unless you're very, very lucky and you're a good scholar and you're out there in the marketplace looking around. You could find it, but let's say you need a copy of it right now. You may not be able to buy that first edition, but I can guarantee you can find a good collector's edition. You can find a really good press that, does something that's with a slip cover, that's with a really beautiful illustrated book, something that's a limited edition club would have something that would be available. That's what you want to focus on. Buy the best quality that you can right now. You should not, unless it is absolutely incredibly rare and a great deal, a good value for your money, you should not have to go into drastic debt to be able to purchase something. If you can't afford it right then, I recommend people, then you're going to have to either, come up with the money somehow, or you're just going to have to let that one go away, and you'll wait again, and it'll come back again. The thing about it, they didn't create just one. Now, some things they did, but mass-produced things, and books are one of those things, there are more than one copy out there. So you're just going to have to kind of wait and see. But that's what I want you to do, to be able to buy the best quality that you can afford right now. And you've got to be aware. You've got to be out there in the market. You've got to be looking around. If you go to one antique show, and if you go to one bookstore once a year, chances are you're not going to be able to find the book that you want. You're going to need to be able to explore things like the internet, You're going to be able to use, antique shows, book shows. You're going to have to be able to go to, library book sales. You're going to have to be out there in the marketplace. You need to be out there looking around. You've got to be able to be open that you're going to be able to find this piece. It's just not going to necessarily fall into your lap. Hey, but you know what? It can fall in your lap. I've had things like that happen. But you don't want to, bet your last dollar that, it's going to fall into your lap. It can happen, but you kind of need to be out there. So if y'all hang around for just a few minutes, we're getting ready to take a break here in just a second. So y'all hang in there and be sure to listen to the sponsors, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry at Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals.
Get your copy of James Herod Trust, The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
Let Bluegrass Artworks help bring out your creative side of decorating your business or home. You'll discover a fine selection of antiques, coins, silver, oriental rugs, jewelry, and pens. Make beautiful music with musical instruments like banjos, guitars, and more. Bluegrass Artworks is open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday 10 till 5. Bluegrass Artworks is located at 103 South Main Street. For more information or questions about Bluegrass Artworks, call 859-806-1038. Stop and shop the showroom today at Bluegrass Artworks.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the old bus station restaurant, open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg.
I want to ride Hatfield Chevrolet, and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RideHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
It's 10:22.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg. Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, a low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
It's 49 degrees.
The Personal Effect Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effect Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effect Show is sponsored by the James Herod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Here's the score from the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the college football weekend around the Commonwealth got going last night on the Hill in Bowling Green in a nationally televised affair over on CBS Sports Network.
So with that, they get a first down. McBride, ball carry there. Gets to about the 45, and they say he keeps on moving, and Western Kentucky says they have the football, and they do.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, again, the call on CBS Sports. Western Kentucky's defense forcing 4 fumbles last night. They earned a gritty 20-17 win over UAB. They moved to 3-1 in conference play. Next up, it's homecoming week, a week from today, as North Texas comes to town. The Kentucky State High School football regular season is nearing an end. Let's take a look at some of the ranked action around the state last night. In Class 1A, number 1 Pike Greenville wrapping up the regular season at home with a 55-7 win over number 5 Hazard. Over to Class 2A on the west side of the state. Number 1 Mayfield making the short 25-minute drive east to Murray. They notch a 42-10 win over the Tigers. In Class 3A, Christian Academy has been steamrolling opponents all year. More of the same last night. They beat Western Hills 62-0. Meanwhile, third-ranked Union County handed one-loss Trigg County just their second loss of the season, 42-7. To Class 4A, top-ranked Lexington Catholic wins big on the road last night, 63-8 over Anderson County, while second-ranked Corbin handed Wayne County its third loss of the season, 38-0. And to Class 5A, number 1 Frederick Douglass, who has allowed just 22 points all season, allowed 13 last night, though they get a 58-13 win over Montgomery County. And finally, in Class 6A, defending state champions St. Xavier get a 50-14 win. That over PRP. They will ramp up the regular season Friday, hosting Coach Kevin Wallace's former school. That would be Bowling Green. And to Major League Baseball, the Phillies take a 2-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. They win 4-2 over the Padres. And finally, in horse racing, a busy day for trainer Todd Pletcher at Keeneland yesterday. Mallet Hat and Nest working, as did Reader's Cup Classic or Big Ass Fans Dirt Mile hopeful. Life is good. I'm Scott Fitz.
Prescription products require an online consult.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Personal Effects of the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson. We've been talking all about collecting books and how to deal with books. And, one of the questions I get a lot of times is, how do I take care of my books? Because once you get something, you've got to take care of it. I want everyone to remember, and this is also very important, we own nothing. We are merely the caretakers that's taking care of it for the next generation. Isn't that amazing? We actually own nothing, but we're taking care of it for those that are coming after us. So just imagine that your curio cabinet or your china cabinet or your special collections room or your man cave or whatever it is that you've got. Just imagine that you are the curator of that collection. Just like there's a curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, or there's a curator at Williamsburg, or there's a curator right at Shaker Village. You are the curator of your stuff, and it's your responsibility that you are taking care of the things that you own that are in your collection. Now, when you are talking about books, paper, anything that is of that line, of that paper line, one of the best things you want to do, you want to be able to keep those pieces away from moisture and out of the sun. And that is so important. You want to be able to keep it out of the sun. Sun is bad. The UV rays of the sun, it'll fade your dust jackets. It'll fade the spines of your books. It's just not good. Not good at all. You want to keep them out of the sun. Keep them dry. If you've got leaky roofs, and I have that problem at the store sometimes, and it happens to the best of homes, but keep them dry. Don't store your books and don't like to live. If you don't like to live in your basement, and if you don't like to live in your attic, there's a good chance your books are not going to like to live there either. And that's because they are excessively hot, they're excessively damp, or they are excessively cold. And those are things that your books do not like. So keep your books stored in places where you like to live, preferably, on a first or second floor that is climate controlled. It has heating and it has cooling. Keep them dry. Keep them out of the sun. One of the things that people always ask me about, and I get this question so many times, and they'll say, Jerry, I've got a really, really old Bible. I've got a Bible that's, from 1850. Hey, that's really old. In the world of books and such, that's not too terribly old. It's got some age on it, but it's not ancient. Actually, when I did the last lecture that I did, someone actually had brought a book of hours, an Episcopal book of hours, and it was dated 1667, and it was a beautiful book. Gosh, it was just like it was. In fact, it was actually printed on a very high quality rag paper, which is basically, good quality linen. And, that book was in remarkable condition. But, as I, went on another tangent there, but when it comes down to it, people always say, I've got this old book. What do I do with it? And particularly that form is always in the form of a Bible. And 9 times out of 10, that Bible typically is in kind of rough shape. It may have covers that are missing. It may have covers that are loose, or it could be cocked. When a book is cocked, that means that it's not been kept tight and snug in a bookshelf, that it's been allowed to kind of slump, kind of up against another book or up against the bookshelf wall, and it kind of gets a little bit cockeyed, and sometimes pages can be missing. It can be excessively large, and there's no place to really put it. The first thing that I tell people, if you're not going to have this piece restored or conserved, and you're not going to be looking at it for a good long time, the best thing to do, I recommend that you find unbleached cotton muslin, and you should be able to buy that in any a fabric store, but you want unbleached cotton muslin. Sometimes you can actually find sheets that are unbleached cotton muslin, and this is kind of the pale tan color. It's not been treated with chemicals or bleach. You don't want to have those things around your book, but you want unbleached cotton muslin. Have a strip of that, gently wrap that around that book, and store that book flat, preferably in the chest of in the drawer of a chest, or maybe a top shelf of a closet, but keep it flat. Now you may want to make the additional investment of finding a good acid-free box, and sometimes some book dealers will have acid-free boxes that you can find. I have found places like Hobby Lobby. They are great. They have huge archival sections. Scrapbooking is really big, and you'll find a lot of these things that are acid-free, and that's what you want. You want buffered paper, you want acid-free products, because you don't want those things leaching in to your book or into your paper, because that is not a good thing. Have you ever seen a print that you've taken apart, something that was framed maybe back in the 60s or the 70s, and they used, at the time, what was a really pretty colored mat, but then you take the print out and you remove the mat from the surface of the print, and you see this dark kind of coffee stained kind of color that's underneath that mat? Well, guess what? That's the acid. That's the acid from that cheap quality wood pulp, because it's wood as opposed to fabric. And that wood, the acid in that wood, is eating through into your print. Well, it'll also eat through into your books. That's why also one of the worst places that you can store a book, other than a basement or an attic, is a cedar chest. And I'm going to go out on a limb on this, and I know a lot of people are not going to like this. I do not like cedar chest for the storage of linens, of textiles, and of books, because the wood, and particularly the sap in cedar, is very acidic, and it can very much damage your book or your quilt. And I don't recommend those for long-term storage. Aside from that, if it's a book that you're not going to look at a lot, wrap it up in that unbleached muslin and keep it flat. And maybe you want to find a good acid-free box at some craft store, or some place like that will have those. They don't run inexpensively. I mean, a good box may be anywhere from a couple of bucks to $15 or $20. It all depends on the type of box and who made it and how it's constructed. The next thing that I wanted to briefly touch on was restoration. First off, unless you're someone who is qualified to do restoration on books or prints or paper or anything like that, you don't need to be doing it. In future shows, we can talk about things that are easy enough and safe enough that we can do as a novice. You can do those things, but when it comes to really doing book repair, it's best left to someone who is more knowledgeable than yourself. And when we talk about book repair, you have to think long and hard about book repair. Proper professional book repair can cost hundreds. You can spend, there's a great place over in Virginia I've always wanted to go, that she teaches classes on being able to make clamshells, and that's a box that opens and closes out of this archival cardboard that you can store your box in. She gives classes on marbleizing, on bonding, on repair and care of leather treatments. And I've never got to do those, but maybe one day I'll be able to get to do those. But unless you're able to take a class like that, or unless you're able to seek the counsel of someone who is a true professional, don't do it. Wrap it up, put it away, keep it safe, but don't try to do your own book repair, because when you look at it, book repair is very expensive. And more often than not, you have to do it because it's a labor of love to you, or it's important to your family, or it's important to your culture or your history. You don't do it because, hey, if you do $400 worth of repair to this book, it's going to make it worth $2,000. That may or that may not be true, and more often than not, it's not true. So you need to think very cautiously about hiring someone to do professional book repair, because even to just to have a book rebound using good leather, good paper, archival materials, that can run hundreds of dollars. So you may have $300 or $400 tied up in a book that ordinarily in the marketplace in good condition may sell for $75 or $100. So that's something you need to really be aware of. So I hope that this is kind of shed some light on how to collect and what to collect. Just as a quick recap, collect what you enjoy. Collect the things that bring you happiness. That's what's the important thing is and read them. Read your books. You got to get that down into your head, get it down into your spirit, and just be out there in the marketplace. Be out there looking around, search around. It's not going to necessarily just, fall into your lap. And, when you find books, take care of them. Keep them out of the basement, out of the attic. Keep them in places that you yourself like to live, where it's climate controlled and it's not too damp. In fact, it's not damp at all. It's just a good, comfortable environment. And, and think carefully about when you have book restoration done. So that's just one of the questions that I've always had on books and how to take care of books. But, I hope you've been able to get something out of that. In the meantime, if you've got questions, you should know where to find me by now. I'm right there on 107 South Main Street, historic Main Street in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Give me a phone call sometime. My number is 859-734-7829. But, until next time, get out there. Go hit an antique shop. Go to an auction. Look around a little bit. Maybe you'll find something that's just the thing you've been looking for. So y'all stay safe, and until next week, I'll catch y'all then.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
What kind of tires do we keep at CC Auto? Cooper, Michelin, Nitto, Hankook, Firestone, Bridgestone, Toyo, General, Yokohama, and many more. We've just added the new line of Mastercraft tires, and we are also a Goodyear national account dealer. We keep lawn and garden tires in stock, as well as farm implement tubes and tires. We have a farm service truck to meet the needs of our farmers. Call us at CC Auto today, 734-9515.
CC Auto Parts and Service. Service is the difference. We get it.
While you're enjoying your Candleberry candle that you found at Papa's Quick Stop and the weather is cold, what tastes better than a hot bowl of chili or soup, beans, and cornbread made like Mama does? Papa's Quick Stop has all your needs and daily lunch specials and fried chicken with the bone, Hunt's Brother Pizza, ribs, and do I need to go on with more delicious, affordable food and snacks? And most of all, great breakfast sandwiches. Hey, Papa, can you stop at the Quick Stop in Danville across from the fairgrounds, formerly known as Hill of Beans, now offering catered group meals to go for the holidays.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicappable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. Scammers send text messages to trick you into providing information like your debit card or passwords. This is called smishing. Don't click text messages, links, or call phone numbers you don't know. When in doubt, delete.
Need a rapid test for COVID-19, strep, or flu? Come to Real Health Primary Care in Danville. Walk-ins are welcome. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 in the Southland Plaza, 975 Houstonville Road. Same-day appointments. Call 209-2331. 209-2331.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
A new poll finds health care is one of the top issues on voters' minds ahead of next month's elections. A new Gallup survey found 87% say a candidate's plan to reduce the cost of health care is very or somewhat important. 65% of black adults say what a candidate will do to lower costs is key to them. Women also view the health care issue as more important than their male counterparts do. People aged 50 or older who sleep less than 5 hours a night are at a greater risk of chronic health issues. That's according to a new study that tracked the health of over 7,000 participants over 25 years. It found that 50-year-old individuals who slept 5 hours or less each night had a 20% increased risk of being diagnosed with a chronic disease. The findings were published in the journal PLOS Medicine. Health Update, David Folk-Thomas, NBC News Radio.
If you're traveling by foot, it's important to stay on your toes. Be visible with bright or reflective clothing. Use sidewalks and crosswalks. Pay attention and stay off the phone. When it comes to pedestrian safety, please walk the walk. Walk safe, Kentucky. A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to CoachToCureMD.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Mulch to Go, Harrodsburg's home for bulk and bag mulch. 100% natural, no waste wood, local delivery available. Located at the corner of South College Street in Beaumont. Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
It's 49 degrees.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
Well, good morning and welcome again to the Message of Grace. Thank you for tuning in today. Hope you'll stay tuned for the entirety of our program. It's our blessing to come to you each week here on WHBN and bring you the Message of Grace. Been doing that now for a long time. And it's always a blessing to come into your home or your car or your business, wherever you're listening, and bring you some thoughts from the Word of God. We want to complete today, the Lord willing, a message that we started on last week's program from Psalm 1, verse 4, where it says, "The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away." We'll read that psalm again. If you have your Bible or New Testament nearby, open it up to Psalm 1. We'll read that. While you're doing that, let me invite you to come be with us at Grace Church. There's a lot of folks out there that hear the program, and maybe you don't go to church anywhere, or you're not in a church regularly, but you're interested in your soul. Let me tell you, God's Word's preached at Grace Church. We invite you to come. We don't have any shows. We don't have any phantasmaglorious displays of human personality and human action. We just simply follow the old script, sing to God's praise, pray for God's mercy, and preach to God's glory. That's all we do. And our people are blessed by it. We have a lot of visitors. Some come, and they come again and again. Others come, don't come back. But there's a lot of people that live in this community that don't go to church. And we would like to invite you, if you're interested in your soul, to come and be with us at Grace Church. And we'll try to bless your heart by telling you the truth. Now, if you have your Bible, would you open up to Psalm number 1? Let's read together. The psalmist says, "Blessed is the man that walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish." Last week we started a message entitled "Not So the Ungodly," and we spent most of the program talking about how we can identify people who are ungodly. They don't wear a sign around their neck or anything like that. You can't tell by their morality, because some of the most ungodly people I know are very moral. But the difference is they don't know Christ. Today I'd like to continue. First of all, I'd like to show you 3 things that the Bible tells us about people who are ungodly. First of all, and this is an important thing, they're not like the godly. Verse 3 says the ungodly are not so. Not so. They're like barren trees in the desert, fragile and brittle, unstable. I stopped one time. I was going across Jordan on a bus, and we stopped at an oasis to get a drink and some refreshments, and walk around there waiting for the bus to go, and there were trees at the edge of this oasis that were fragile. They were brittle. You could just break the limbs off of them anywhere you wanted to. They were dry without water, and that's the way a lot of folks are. These trees are not protected against the drought. It hits them with full force. The pestilence of bugs tears their limbs, tears the leaves from them. The attack of their enemies destroys their structure and their foundation. And so it is with the ungodly. But most of all, they're lifeless. Ephesians 2:1 tells us that God has quickened us who were dead in trespasses and sins. The big difference between religion in this day and when I was a young man is you used to hear a lot more about how dead we were. Today everything's wonderful with us. We're all doing good. Things are okay. God will just be tickled to death to have us. And none of that's true. We're dead in trespasses and sins. And because we're dead, we're useless. I heard somebody say this one time. It was a little cold, but I guess it was true. Said, dead people can't do anything. They can't even rot by themselves. God's got to send bacteria in to destroy their bodies. That's all they can do. If you need somebody to help you do something, don't call on a dead person to do it. They won't be much good to you. They have no spiritual roots. They have no spiritual shoots. And they have no spiritual fruits. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 3, we read this: "The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know, my people doth not consider. Ah, sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord, they have provoked the Holy One of Israel into anger. They're gone backward." These ungodly people, secondly, are compared to a worthless byproduct. He says they're like the chaff which the wind drives away. Chaff is that which is of no value. It's useless. It's destined to be cast aside. It's an irritant. It's when I used to be a boy, work on the farm, working hay. We'd bale that hay, and you'd get that. We used to call it cheat. All that dust and would be on those hay stalks, and it would get in those bales, and you'd pick it up, you'd have it all over you. At the end of the day, we'd all go jump in the pond. We'd take our pants off and jump in the pond and wash it off before we went to the house. That's the way chaff is. It's useless. It's no good. It's meant to be set aside. Because chaff has no sap, It has no life. It's dead. It's just dead plant molecules. Chaff's very light. It's unstable. It has no root. It has no foundation. A plant that has no root, it just doesn't have anything to hold it together. It doesn't have anything to keep it in place. It's useless. Chaff is worthless. It's good for nothing but to be burned up and discarded. Used to be the way they used to harvest stuff. They'd take the grain, they'd cut the grain, and they'd put it on a threshing floor. And some places they'd do it by hand. They would just beat that, they'd throw it up in the air, and that chaff, because it's light and it has no root, no foundation, it would blow away. And just the air would be filled with that chaff. It was good for nothing. It's like an ungodly king. It's a dust pile with a crown. The Egyptians used to have a custom when they'd have a feast. They'd always put a skeleton at the head of the table, put a crown on his head and wrap him in a robe and sit there to remind them that death was soon coming for all of them. We need to learn that lesson. You know, even a broken jar has a value. So what good's a broken jar? Well, read the book of Job. Job's out there on the ash pile, and he's scraping his balls with a broken jar. It was of some relief to him. You know what chaff's good for? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're like the chaff which the wind drives away. We also see that these people, thirdly, are assuredly going to be separated and blown away. They're like the chaff which the wind driveth away. The chaff grows together with the precious grain. They seem to be one. But on the threshing day, there's a day of separation. Listen to what it says in Luke chapter 3, verse 15. And as the people were in expectation, and all men mused in their hearts of John, whether he were the Christ or not, John answered, saying unto them all, I indeed baptize you with water, but one mightier than I cometh, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to be unloosed. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor, and will gather the wheat into his garner, but the chaff he will burn with fire unquenchable. My friends, there's coming a day like that. I don't know when. God didn't tell me, so I can't tell you, and it'd be better off if you heard it from him anyway. But there's coming a day when he's going to burn the chaff up. There's coming a day when the chaff will be driven away like the winds, and that which is left, that will be burnt with fire. Now, the chaff often sits with the good fruit, and the chaff often sits with the godly. They sit and sing the same songs. You sit in a congregation of 100 people, something like that. Everybody starts singing Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. There are men and women there that know what Amazing Grace is, and it's sweet to them. And there's chaff there that sings Amazing Grace because it's in the songbook. That's all they know about it. They know the words, but they don't know the message. They know the tune, but they don't know the song. They hear the same sermons. The preacher stands and opens the Bible and he preaches the Word of God, and one man hears it and his heart rejoices to know that God in His grace has sent His Son to live and die and redeem His people, and he's so filled with excitement at that. Another fellow sits on the other side of the aisle and he just bored to death. He wished they'd hurry up and finish this stuff up. They're part and parcel of the same congregation until judgment comes. But when judgment comes, somebody's going to have to answer for their sin. They're like the unwise virgins that had the empty lamps with no oil in them. They had no resources. Charles Spurgeon's mother once reminded him before his conversion that in the day of judgment she shout amen at his condemnation by God. That's hard for us to imagine in our flesh, but it's true. We'll rejoice whatever God does. The chaff is blown away to the wasteland. It's sent to the fires to be consumed. And that'll be the lot of the ungodly. For the same God who sends the Holy Spirit as a life-giving wind, tells us in John 3:8, the wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth, so is every one that is born of the Spirit. But that wind will surely send a hurricane blast of eternal wrath to the ungodly. I don't know if you've ever been in a tornado or a hurricane. I have been, and it's a frightening experience. I'd heard people describe it, but until I'd been in one, I didn't really know what it was like. But having been through one, I don't want to go through another one. Well, so it is with the power of God. It's going to settle on the ungodly, and he'll blow them away like chaff in the wind. To be carried to heaven on angels' wings is a blessed prospect, a prospect beyond any describable joy. But to be dragged down to hell in condemnation is a terror that is beyond our imagination. We just can't understand that. We, by nature, just can't grasp the reality of God's justice. Let me ask you today, are you existing without Christ? Are you without hope in this world? Are you just chaff waiting for the black storm of destruction to come? Psalm number 2, verse 12 says, "Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish from the way. When his wrath is kindled but a little, blessed are all they that put their trust in him." My friends, God has an oven awaiting the chaff of the ungodly on the day of their passing. Isaiah 30:33 says, "For Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of the Lord like a stream of brimstone doth kindle it." I pray for God to reveal himself to any chaff that's listening this morning and to call you to life and to hope in Christ alone. Our time is gone for today. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until next week, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Let's go. Don't want you for the weekend. Don't want you for a night. I'm only interested if I can have you for life. Yeah. I know I sound serious, baby, I am. You're a fine piece of real estate, and I'm gonna get me some land. Oh yeah. So don't try to run, honey. Love can be fun. There's no need to be alone when you find that someone. I'm gonna get you while I got you inside. I'm gonna get you if it takes all night. You can bet you by the time I say go, you'll never say no. I'm gonna get you, it's a matter of fact. I'm gonna get you, don't you worry about that. You can bet your bottom dollar in time you're gonna be mine. Just like I should, I'll get you good. Yeah. I've already planned it. Here's how it's gonna be. I'm gonna love you and you're gonna fall in love with me. Yeah. So don't try to run, honey. Love can be fun. There's no need to be alone when you find that someone. I'm gonna get you while I you good. Yeah, I'm gonna get you, baby. I'm gonna knock on wood. I'm gonna get you somehow, honey. Yeah, I'm gonna make it good. Oh yeah. So don't try to run, honey. Love can be fun. There's no
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Brad Siegel. Mayor Eric Adams is holding a summit on public safety in New York City this weekend, but he woke up today to yet another deadly shooting. Paul DeCastro has more.
This time it happened overnight near a NYCHA complex in East Harlem. According to cops, a man in his 20s was fatally shot in the chest around 3:15 this morning outside the Jackie Robinson houses near East 128th Street and Park Avenue. Two men apparently got into a dispute when one of them pulled out a gun and shot the victim. He died at a local hospital. The NYPD is still searching for the suspect. Paul DeCastro, NBC News Radio, New York.
The White House confirms Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. NBC's Cal Perry reports the effects are devastating.
Overnight, new strikes into Ukraine. Moscow launching fresh attacks in Zaporizhzhia and Kharkiv. After 10 days of steady bombardment, Ukraine's energy infrastructure is literally being blown apart.
National Security spokesman John Kirby says Russia may also try to get advanced weapons from Tehran as it struggles under pressure from Western sanctions. He said Russian military officers based in Crimea are launching those drones. New Hampshire authorities say a small plane crashed into a house in Keene late Friday, killing everyone on board. Keene Police Captain Steve Tenney says he didn't have any information about the passengers and crew on board the aircraft. Eyewitnesses say the single-engine Beechcraft crashed shortly before 7 and caused a large explosion that set a building next to a church on fire. City officials say there are no injuries in that multifamily building. A Category 2 hurricane expected to hit the coast of Mexico this weekend. Forecasters predict Hurricane Roslyn will make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast between Mazatlan and Puerto Vallarta either tonight or tomorrow morning. Winds at 110 miles an hour. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Becco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Becco achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Becco, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Becco.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
Kentucky has 80,000 miles of roadway. That's a lot of pavement. It's also a lot of looking out for your neighbor. Being a safe driver means yielding to pedestrians and cyclists, especially when turning, stopping for pedestrians at crosswalks, giving bikes safe distance, and always keeping your eyes on the road. Drive safe, Kentucky. A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Wildfires ranging in the Northwest are giving Washington and Oregon the worst air quality in the U.S. Michael Kastner reports.
The federal website airnow.gov says the top 10 locations in the U.S. with the worst air quality on Thursday were all in those two states, with number one being Oak Ridge, Oregon, about 150 miles south of Portland. The biggest cities on the list were Portland and Seattle, which are both being blanketed by wildfire smoke. The region is expecting some rain today, and state officials hope it's enough to aid firefighting efforts and improve the air quality.
A top Federal Reserve official says it's difficult to find workers in the U.S. New York Fed President John Williams said filling jobs can be a challenge in the current economic environment that we find ourselves in. He cited particular industries like construction and nursing, especially when it comes to entry-level positions. He said the skills gap is a big obstacle. A new poll is showing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with a double-digit lead in his bid for re-election. Rick Hochul has more.
According to the Florida Atlantic University survey, DeSantis has an 11-point lead over Democrat Charlie Crist, 51 to 40%. 53% also approve of the job the Republican incumbent is doing, and his hurricane response rating comes in at 63%. Republican incumbent Marco Rubio leads Democrat Val Demings in the U.S. Senate race, 48 to 42%, with 7% undecided. I'm Rick Hochul.
The UN says more than 6,000 civilians have died in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Just a little under 10,000 have been injured since the conflict began in late February. However, the numbers are likely higher than what's being reported now. The UN is also worried about attacks on energy facilities ahead of winter. It says those attacks pose a danger to millions as cold temperatures set in. The PGA Tour is suing Live Golf Saudi backers to force evidence discovery. The Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund is controlled by the Saudi Crown Prince and has been the source of financial backing for the controversial league. Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
Halloween's just about a week away, and some communities will celebrate it that previous weekend, which is next Saturday. Here's the trick-or-treat times we have for some of our surrounding areas. Harrodsburg will have their trick-or-treat on Saturday, October 29th from 5 until 8, with the Night of the Great Pumpkin as well, while Junction City will have theirs that Saturday, the 29th, at 5. Meanwhile, Perryville, Danville, and Bergen will have theirs on Halloween night, Monday the 31st, Perryville from 5 until 7, and Danville and Bergen from 6 until 8. A grand jury has indicted former Justice Cabinet Secretary and State Rep John Tilley on a charge of first-degree rape. Tilley served 5 terms as a Democratic lawmaker in Hopkinsville and also oversaw Kentucky's state prison system when former Governor Matt Bevin was in office. He was arrested back in August on this charge after being accused of rape by a woman who prosecutors say was too intoxicated to consent. He has pled not guilty. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hey folks, this is Duke Owens, General Manager here at Cartown Kia in Nicholasville. You know, folks are complaining daily about supply chains and inventory. We don't have that problem. We have new Kias arriving daily. We have a great selection of Kias from Tellurides, Sorrentos, Sportages, Celtos, Souls, K5s, and Fortes. And remember, we have over 20 lenders that want to approve you. Come and see us here at Cartown Kia or look us up online at cartownkiausa.com.
While supplies last with approved credit, see dealer for details and availability.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
This is Jason Tyler, loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. Communication is key. That has always been my motto. Communicating with my customers, finding the best rate, and keeping my customer informed during the entire loan process is something that you can count on. Call me today at 859-734-3316 and let Whitaker Bank help you with your lending needs. Whitaker Bank is uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
It's 11:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Big Deals Online Store. Shop and save on gift certificates to local businesses at big discounts. Save 20 to 30 to 50% every day at hometownlive.net. Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
It's 49 degrees.
And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School lesson with Bob DeVore.
Well, good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School lesson for the day. This is Bob DeVore, and it's my pleasure and my privilege to share in this time of Bible study with you each week. Our scripture today continues our little movement through the Old Testament. In some ways, it kind of reminds me of the kids' game from a long time ago about hopscotching, because it seems like we've just kind of bounced through several major time periods, a lot of time periods, and we'll continue to do that as we move on over into the month of November. And as we move there, then we begin focusing toward Christmas. And so our scripture today is out of the book of 1 Samuel. And you may remember that this whole series started way back there in Genesis with the call of Abraham, and then the reaffirmation of that call to Isaac and Jacob, and then to the children of Israel. And then they got into the land, and after they got into the land, there was a time in which basically a long period of time, I think it was close to 300 years or so, well, actually a little bit more than that, but anyway, a long period of time in which there was not a king and there was not a prime minister, but there were these various leaders, and we hear about some of them, various leaders who rose up, and we have called those people judges. And today we hear about a man who was known as probably one of the greatest of judges of all time. It's also, Samuel is also called as the greatest and the last of the judges, but he's also called in the New Testament and in other places in the Old, the first of the prophets. He had that capability, that he was so sensitive to the Spirit of God and the leadership of God in his life, and he had such a remarkable influence on the people. They respected him. He was an awesome kind of leader. And so we read about him today, not in some of his earlier years, but in some of his latter years. Some of you may resonate with the latter years. In 1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 4, we read, "So the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah. And they said to him, 'You are old, and your sons do not follow your ways. Now appoint a king to lead us, such as all the other nations have.' But when they said, 'Give us a king to lead us,' this pleased Samuel, so he prayed to the Lord. And the Lord told him, 'Listen to all that the people are saying to you. It is not you they have rejected, but they have rejected me as their king.' And so Samuel summoned the people to Israel to the Lord at Mizpah. And this is begin reading in chapter 10 now, verse 17 to 24. And Samuel summoned the people of Israel to the Lord at Mizpah. The first gathering was the elders, and then they said something, and now Samuel is trying to get everybody together. Let's get on the same page. And he said to them, 'This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I brought Israel up out of Egypt, and I delivered you from the power of Egypt and all the kingdoms that oppressed you. But you've now rejected your God, who saves you out of all your disasters and calamities. And you've said, "No, appoint a king over us." And so now present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and clans." In verse 20 it says, "And when Samuel had all Israel come forward by tribes, the tribe of Benjamin was taken by lot. And then he brought forward the tribe of Benjamin, clan by clan, and Matri's clan was taken. Finally Saul, son of Kish, was taken. But when they looked for him, he was not to be found. And so they inquired further from the Lord, 'Has this man come here yet?' And the Lord said, 'Yes, he has hidden himself among the supplies.' And so they ran and brought him out, and as he stood among the people, he was a head taller than any of the others. And Samuel said to all the people, 'Do you see the Lord, the man the Lord has chosen? There's no one like him among all the people.' And the people shouted, 'Long live the king.'" Well, that's our scripture for today. The period of the judges, some people date it in all kind of ways of doing so, but the period of the judges, some people say, lasted from like 1380 to 1050. That would be what, 330 years? That's a long time. But there were these leaders who were charismatic leaders. And remember the cycle that they did? They had this great leader and they were doing good. And then they began to fall away from God. And then God brought judgment on them. And then they cried out, said, God, oh God, deliver us, help us, and they came back. That cycle is repeated over and over in the Judges. And when they get to that last cycle and they're repentant, and then God finds another great judge. And so Samuel, the last of the judges, was at a time in which, what does it say about him in the 5th verse? You are old. It says two things. You're old. Now, they weren't living as long as Methuselah lived in the book of Genesis. But, they lived a long life. Some of them did. And Samuel had lived a long time. He was getting to the end of the road. And they knew it. And they said, what are we going to do after Samuel? And one of the things they had noted was Samuel's sons were not Samuel. They didn't follow in his steps. They did evil. And so, when they looked at that, they began to think, well, why can't we have a king? Everybody else has got a king. Seems to work for them. Well, whether it worked for them or whether it didn't work for them, that's what they got. The Lord let them have their way. And that's an interesting kind of thing. When somehow the Lord ends up letting people have their way. See, God doesn't force you to do right. And he permits you the freedom to do evil. But when we do, remember that old line, your sins will find you out. Sometimes that doesn't happen in life. Sometimes the scoundrels just seem to keep on living and they die. But it's appointed unto man once to do what? To die. Then what happens? There is a judgment. And so, whether it's in time or at the end of time, God himself will bring judgment on evil. Now, in this particular passage where it says that you're old, that comes to us. We all, if we live long enough, we'll be old. I remember when I first started doing the radio programs over 40 years now. Brother Sheely had done those, and many of you who are older remember him. He was a great guy. And he had asked me to substitute for him a few times, and then he told me he was getting kind of weary. And would I be interested in taking it over regularly? And I said, well, let's just talk to Bob Martin and see what he has to say. And so Bob said yes, and he invited me to continue the International Sunday School lesson on the radio. And it's been my pleasure. I say that every week. My pleasure. It's my privilege. And I really do cherish that. I like that. But I hadn't been doing it but a year or so, and I ran into somebody in Danville, and somehow my name was mentioned, and she asked me if I was the one doing the radio program, and I said yes. And she said, oh, I thought you were as old as Brother Sheely. Well, actually now I'm older than Brother Sheely. Thankfully, I've been able to live this long. But when in Samuel's days, when those people began to look around, they said, boy, your kids are scoundrels and you're going to die soon. What in the world are we going to do? Give us a king. And so in verse 5 it says, now appoint a king to lead us, such as all the other nations have. Give us a king, give us a king. And Samuel went and talked to the Lord about that. And the Lord told him, listen to all the people are saying to you. It is not you they have rejected, but they've rejected me as their king. Now, that sounds a little bit like what happened to Moses when the people began to murmur about him. And now they're coming along and doing the same kind of thing. And the Lord says, look, it's not that your words are wrong. It's not what you're doing, Samuel. They're not rejecting you, but they're rejecting me. Now, sometimes I've heard pastors use this. Maybe something is going not real good in church, and a pastor may make that kind of inference and say, well, the Lord told me to do this, and so you're opposing the Lord. Oh, it's always a kind of a touchy thing to confuse sometimes your misguidance with God's will and say that because people don't like what you're doing, they're opposing God. That is a terribly slippery slope. Now, that may have been true for Moses, and that may have been true for Samuel, but just be very careful if you're a church leader that you don't confuse your will and think it because you thought it's God's will and therefore people who don't like it, they're wrong. Don't go there at all. Now, when I pastored on a regular basis, I did things with a conviction that this was God's leadership. But also, I tempered that with what other people felt like was God's leadership. Now, we weren't taking a Gallup poll all the time, but I did recognize that I was not inerrant and I was not infallible. And I didn't confuse my will with God's. And so that happened to Samuel, though. And so Samuel then gathered everybody back together again. He said, I'm going to give you a king. And so they did. And we'll get into that a little bit in next week's lesson when we talk about David. But the first king turned out to be a man named Saul. And it's kind of interesting what they said about him. Once they sorted it out and once they found him, and Samuel said, that's the man. What does it say about Samuel? They brought him, they found him, they brought him. And what does it say? As he stood among the people, he was a head taller than any of the others. Now, Saul had a great leadership early in his ministry, and then it fell to pieces. So he did stand not only tall physically, but also spiritually and otherwise, but it fell apart. It doesn't have to be that way, but it did for him. We'll check out this story a little later next week, but I thank you for being with me today. This has been Bob DeFore with the International Sunday School lesson for the day.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
Get your GMC today at Bob Allen GMC. Hi, I'm John Welsh. Experience the all-new GMC Sierra 1500 and take advantage of 0% financing. Available for well-qualified buyers. Bob Allen GMC, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Thompson Car Care Service Center in Harrodsburg, towing and repair specialist, has been family owned and operated since 1967. 3 generations and going strong. Thompson Service Center, located at 200 North Childs, specializes in all makes and models. They offer towing service 24/7. A member of AAA Services, you could trust their staff. Visit Thompson Service Center at 200 North Childs Street in Harrodsburg or call 734-9732. Get your car or truck ready for the road ahead at Thompson Service Center in Harrodsburg, 200 North Childs Street.
Big changes are coming to the HVAC industry this January.
The minimum efficiency rating of equipment is increasing nationwide.
If your HVAC system is more than 8 years old, or if you would like a quote on upgrading your current system, call ADA Heating and Air.
Upgrading to a new, more efficient system now will save you money immediately on your utility bills and may qualify you for tax credits in 2023.
Call ADA Heating and Air for a free estimate.
ADA is on the way.
The weather is changing, which means fall is here and winter is just around the corner. While the days are getting shorter, the businesses of Mercer County are working harder. They are working harder to provide a place for you and your family to enjoy this holiday season. Grab your family and enjoy a hike at Shaker Village. Head to Old Fort Harrods State Park and enjoy a historic tour. Or take a stroll in historic downtown Harrodsburg and enjoy shopping and dining. Regardless of where you spend your time this holiday season, we hope you spend it with the people dearest to you. This ad is paid for by the Harrodsburg Mercer County Tourist Commission.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the old bus station restaurant, open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg.
Isaiah House provides holistic substance abuse treatment to help recovering addicts achieve sobriety for a lifetime.
We know what that struggle is. We know how bad that is. We know all the damage and the chaos that we created in the past. But the important part is we can show them the solution.
Kentucky Medicaid accepted for treatment. Call Isaiah House Treatment Center today. 859-375-9200. Isaiah House Treatment Center. Real hope for addiction.
It's 11:26.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Silver Star Gun and Ammo in Harrodsburg. They buy, sell, or trade. Silver Star Gun and Ammo in Harrodsburg, across from the Mercer County Library on Lexington Street. Weather forecast for the weekend, absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny this afternoon, a high of 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 48. Tomorrow, another sunny day, a high of 76. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, a low of 48. And on Monday, sunny and a high of 77.
It's 65 degrees.
Here's the score from the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the college football weekend around the Commonwealth got going last night on the Hill in Bowling Green in a nationally televised affair over on CBS Sports Network.
So with that, they get a first down. McBride, ball carrier there. Gets to about the 45, and they say he keeps on moving, and Western Kentucky says they have the football, and they do.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, again, the call on CBS Sports. Western Kentucky's defense forcing 4 fumbles last night. They earn a gritty 20-17 win over UAB. They moved to 3-1 in conference play. Next up, it's homecoming week, a week from today, as North Texas comes to town. The Kentucky State High School football regular season is nearing an end. Let's take a look at some of the ranked action around the state last night. In Class 1A, number 1 Pikeville wrapping up the regular season at home with a 55-7 win over number 5 Hazard. Over to Class 2A on the west side of the state, number 1 Mayfield making the short 25-minute drive east to Murray. They notch a 42-10 win over the Tigers. In Class 3A, Christian Academy has been steamrolling opponents all year. More of the same last night. They beat Western Hills 62-0. Meanwhile, third-ranked Union County handed one-loss Trigg County just their second loss of the season, 42-7. To Class 4A, top-ranked Lexington Catholic wins big on the road last night, 63-8 over Anderson County, while second-ranked Corbin handed Wayne County its third loss of the season, 38-0. And to Class 5A, number 1 Frederick Douglass, who has allowed just 22 points all season, allowed 13 last night, though they get a 58-13 win over Montgomery County. And finally, in Class 6A, defending state champions St. Xavier get a 50-14 win. That over PRP. They will ramp up the regular season Friday, hosting Coach Kevin Walsh's former school. That would be Bowling Green. And to Major League Baseball, the Phillies take a 2-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. They win 4-2 over the Padres. And finally, in horse racing, a busy day for trainer Todd Pletcher at Keeneland yesterday. Mallet Hat and Nast working, as did Breeders' Cup Classic or Big Ass Fans Dirt Mile hopeful. Life is good. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
Prescription products require an online consult.
Coming up on WHBN, a news update from the Kentucky News Network.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A man who shot a teenage girl at a Lexington gas station 2 years ago has been sentenced. Carlton Tate II shot a 16-year-old girl at a Thornton's gas station on Reading Road in 2020. The teen did recover from her injuries. The gas station was also hit by bullets several times. Tate pleaded guilty to assault, wanton endangerment, and possession of a handgun by a convicted felon charges. The judge followed the prosecution's recommendation in the case and sentenced Tate to 9 years in prison yesterday. A high school coach accused of having sex with students. Rick Uccino with more.
A high school cross-country coach in Bourbon County has now been arrested and ordered held on $10,000 bond after he allegedly engaged in sexual activity with two students. Matthew Perrott has been charged with sodomy and unlawful transaction with a minor after he was accused of having sex with a woman and two members of the high school cross-country team back in 2015. The Bourbon County School District has yet to comment on the accusations. Rick Uccino.
Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton and other city leaders announced One Lexington's strategic plan yesterday. The 4-year plan is an effort to prevent violence in the city, and it will focus on creating partnerships and community involvement. Divine Karama is with One Lexington.
This is not a one-size-fits-all. This is not plug and play. This is not cut and paste. This isn't a theory that we found on social media. We truly honored the process of building this plan, not only using evidence-based research, not only using things that have worked in different places post-pandemic, but we feel that we made it uniquely impactful to Lexington.
That courtesy of WKYT. I'm Jeff Milby.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good Saturday morning, Mercer County. I'm Stephen Brogel, the pastor of Bethel Baptist Church, and as I mention every single week, what a blessing it is via the radio to spend 15 to 20 minutes on a Saturday morning in the Word of God. And the most exciting thing for me is I know that God's Word never returns void. And I know as it goes out on a Saturday morning, it is doing a great saving and sanctifying work. And none of us will ever know the impact of God's use of His Word here on Saturday mornings. Maybe not even till eternity. But we know that His Word will do a great saving and sanctifying work. There is no doubt about that. And that's what motivates me each and every week to preach and teach at Bethel and to take an opportunity like this. So I'm very grateful for that. And listen, if you're not continually putting yourself under the Word of God, I want to invite you this morning, if you don't have a church home, to join us at Bethel Baptist Church. We would definitely love to pour into your life and so that you can feast upon the Word with us and be changed by the Word. So if you don't have a church home, join us at Bethel Baptist Church Sunday mornings at 10:45 a.m. Live and in person, live on Facebook Live, and live right here on WHBN. Let's pray, and then we're going to get into Genesis chapter 31 this morning. Father, thank you for your word. We got a big passage today, and I pray that you'll give us clarity. Pray that you'll make it simple and clear for us. You'll speak truth into our life, and we do pray that you would sanctify the believer, grow and mature believer, and I pray that you would indeed save the lost, Father. Please do your work that only you can do for the glory of your great name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. So we hear in chapter 31, we got 55 verses, and so we're going to be doing a lot of reading today. I will stop when I can to explain some details of this passage. But we see here that God preserves his people according to his purposes. God preserves his people according to his purposes. God sustains you according to his purpose for your life. And now that's not a license for stupidity, but you are invincible until God's purpose for your life is fulfilled. You will live and breathe ultimately until your purpose from God is fulfilled. And your purpose will always be for his glory, your good, and the good of others. And so let's jump into this passage. As God preserves his people according to his promise, we'll notice here in these first 21 verses, God's directive and Jacob's departure. God's directive and Jacob's departure. Verse 31. Verse 1 of chapter 31. Now Jacob heard that the sons of Laban were saying, Jacob has taken all that was our father's, and from what our father's he has gained all this wealth. And so Laban's son's resentment is being communicated here, and Jacob saw that Laban did not regard him with favor as before. Then the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers, which is Canaan. Return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. These outward realities heard and saw from Laban's family alerted Jacob to the inward voice of God. The Lord gives Jacob a directive and a promise. God promises his protective presence. And so through the resentment that he saw was taking place and hearing God's word to return, we will see this begin to be played out. Verse 34, or verse 4, I don't know why I'm starting with a 3 every time. Verse 4, so Jacob sent, so this is prompt obedience, and called Rachel and Leah into the field where his flock was. So this removes any possibility of being overheard, and said to them, I see that your father does not regard me with favor as he did before, but the God of my father has been with me. Jacob acknowledges the faithfulness of God here. You know that I have served your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me. Here in the Hebrew, this is speaking of he's made a fool of me, deceiving someone so that their public reputation suffers as a result. He has cheated me. He has made me look like a fool. He has deceived me, and my reputation has suffered as a result. He has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times. Now, this is a figure of speech. Time and time again, he has cheated me and changed my wages. But God did not permit him to harm me. He's seeking here to convince his wives of the injustice. If he said the spotted shall be your wages, then all the flock bore spotted. If he said the stripe shall be your wages, then all the flock bore stripe. Thus, God has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. He's speaking here of God's overruling providence. Verse 10, in the breeding season of the flock, I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream that the goats that mated with the flock were striped, spotted, and mottled. Now it makes a little bit more sense of why he come up with this master superstitious, manipulative, selective breeding process. Verse 11, then the angel of God said to me in a dream, Jacob, and I said, here I am. And he said, lift up your eyes and see. All the goats that mate with the flock are striped, spotted, and mottled. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. And so Jacob's triumph was a work of God's providence, right? Verse 13, I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. Jacob is being directed to this promise, back to what God had already told him. Now arise and go out from this land and return to the land of your kindred. Urgency here is being conveyed with these 3 imperatives. Now arise, go out, return. It's wise to return. Why? It's God's revealed will to Jacob. Verse 14. Then Jacob and Leah answered and said to him, is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house? You know, they had been robbed of their dowries. They'd received a maidservant. Verse 15. Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? He has sold us, and he has indeed devoured all our money. Now how so? Well, he's cheated Jacob. Laban has continued to ultimately cheat them. Verse 16, all the wealth that God has taken away from our father belongs to us and to our children. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do. And so the wives now are motivated to retaliate, and they recognize God's providential blessings. So Jacob arose and set his sons and his wives on camels. He drove away all his livestock, all his property that he had gained, the livestock and his possessions that he had acquired in Padan Aram, to go to the land of Canaan, his father Isaac. And so Jacob's flight here is motivated by Laban's resentment and his wife's encouragement. God is using his word and circumstances to move them back to Canaan. Verse 19, Laban had gone to shear his sheep. And so Laban and his sons were preoccupied with the demands of their flocks, and Rachel stole her father's household gods. Now these are small household gods, possibly a small figurine that would resemble a god. These small household gods were thought to provide prosperity and protection and would be used in divination. And so Rachel, out of nowhere, very random, based on what we've read so far, steals these household gods from her father. Perhaps she had sold them for good fortune, or to deprive her father of such, maybe for financial value, maybe of sake of retaliation. We just don't know. We're not told. Verse 20. And Jacob tricked Laban the Aramean by telling him that he intended to flee. He fled with all that he had, arose and crossed the Euphrates, and set his face towards the hill country of Gilead. This has been a secret departure. And so we've seen God's directive. God very clearly in these 21 verses is directing Jacob home. And we see that Jacob, in prompt obedience, departs. Now in verse 22 through 25, I want you to see Jacob's dispute and ultimately God's deliverance. Remember that God is working in such a way that he fulfills his promises for his purposes. So verse 22. When it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob had fled, he took a kinsman with him and pursued him for 7 days and followed close after him into the hill country of Gilead. And so Laban displays his determination to ultimately confront Jacob. He seems to have harm on his mind, or at least seeks to intimidate Jacob. Verse 24, but God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream by night and said to him, be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. As God had protected Jacob here, he had in Abraham's life as well, and also in Isaac's life. And Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country, and Laban with his kinsmen pitched tents in the hill country of Gilead. So Jacob right here is in a dangerous situation, but we know in verse 24, but God. Verse 26, and Laban said to Jacob, what have you done that you have tricked me and driven away my daughters like captives of the sword? He's accusing Jacob of treating his daughters and his wives like prisoners of war. Why did you flee secretly and trick me and did not tell me, so that I might have sent you away with myrrh and songs, with tambourine and lyre? And why did you not permit me to kiss my sons and my daughters farewell? He's being accused here of robbing a father of a courtesy, a farewell kiss that would be a practice among family members and loyal friends. Now you have done foolishly. Laban is saying that we would have celebrated your departure. Verse 29, it is in my power to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. It's funny that he says, it's in my power to harm you, but God. He recognizes, even though he communicates something different, he knows that it never was in his power. Verse 30, and now you've gone away because you've longed greatly for your father's house. But why did you steal my gods? Laban pressed that his homesickness was no excuse for taking his gods. Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, for I thought you would take your daughters from me by force. Anyone with whom you find your God shall not live. In the presence of your kinsmen, point out that I have that is yours, and take it. Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and to the tent of the two female servants, but he did not find them. And he went out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them in the camel's saddle and sat on them. Laban felt all about the tent, but he did not find them. She said to her father, let not my lord be angry, that I cannot arise before you, for the way of women is upon me. She's explaining that the pain of her menstrual cycle prevented her from showing the proper respect by rising in her father's presence. And also, according to Leviticus 15, whoever would touch her would be unclean, so everything that she sit on would be unclean too. So he searched, but did not find the household gods. Verse 36, then Jacob became angry and berated Laban. Jacob said to Laban, what is my offense? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? For you have felt through all my goods. What have you found of all your household goods? Set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried. I have not eaten the ram of your flocks. What was torn by wild beasts did I not bring to you? I bore the loss of it myself. From my hand you required it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. There I was. By day the heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. You can see that Jacob's at the end of himself. Verse 42, if the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been on my side, surely now you would have sent me away empty-handed. God saw my affliction and the labor of my hands and rebuked you last night. Then Laban answered and said to Jacob, the daughters are my daughters, the children are my children, the flock are my flocks, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do for these my daughters, or for their children whom they have borne? He confesses here that his hands are ultimately tied. Verse 44, come now, let us make a covenant, you and I. And so Laban has begrudgingly offered a compromise. Let it be a witness between you and me. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. And Jacob said to his kinsmen, gather stones. They took stones and made a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar Sahadutha. Now this is Aramaic, but Jacob called it Gilead, which is Hebrew. Both mean that the heap is a witness. Verse 48, Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and me today. Therefore he named it Gilead in Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between you and me when we are out of one another's sight. If you oppress my daughters, or if you take wives besides my daughters, although no one is with us, see, God is a witness between you and me. Then Laban said to Jacob, see this heap and the pillar, which I have set up between you and me? This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and you will not pass over this heap and this pillar to me to do harm. This would serve as a witness, but also a boundary marker. The God of Abraham, the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac, and Jacob offered a sacrifice in the hill country and called his kinsmen to eat bread. They ate bread and spent the night in the hill country. And so this non-aggression pact has been sealed. So in this crisis, God proved to be Jacob's only source of strength. Verse 55, early in the morning, Laban arose, kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then Jacob departed and returned home. Listen, we started with this thought that God preserves his people according to his purposes. And in this narrative, God has been and was on Jacob's side. There's no other explanation for Jacob's continued prosperity despite his own sins and his relational difficulty with Laban. God uses Laban's deception for Jacob's prosperity. God prospers and protects Jacob in agreement with his promises. It was only by divine prospering and protection that Jacob brought anything, even his life, back from exile. It is only by the grace of God that he was able to return home. Listen, you need to know that this morning. Your prospering and your protection is from above. Listen, your prospering and your protection is for God's glory above all. Listen, this passage, even though it's a lengthy passage, it seems so dense and maybe hard to really see what God is using it for. We must find comfort from this passage. Find comfort in knowing that God's constant attendance in your life and activity. Listen, find comfort in God's constant, never-ending attendance and activity on behalf of his people. Consider Jacob's delay and disappointment, 20 years. But even in the midst of that, consider Jacob's people and possessions. God has used his trials and his triumphs for his own spiritual growth. Think about the people and possessions that Jacob has gained, even in the midst of delay and disappointment. Hey, consider Jacob's progress. Oh, not his perfection, but his progress. For the very first time here, in these narratives in Jacob's life, it appears that he is a man of public faith, and he's beginning to take leadership of his home. This is not the same Jacob that deceived his brother and father. Jacob has experienced a change in perspective. Jacob has a change in proclamation. He's beginning to talk about what God is up to. Jacob has a change of practice. Jacob has a different pursuit. Listen, Jacob has had a change in proximity. He is near God and pursuing God. And so in this passage, as we see that God is ultimately preserving his people according to his purposes, let us know that God prospers and protects Jacob in agreement with his promises, but he does the same for you. And so this morning, find great comfort in knowing God is always in attendance and he's always active. Hear that, church. God is always in attendance, and God is always active on behalf of his people. Listen, it may seem like that he is not near. It may seem like he is silent or disappeared, but he is in attendance. He's in a constant attendance, and he's constantly active on behalf of his people. He is constantly working for his glory in your ultimate good. Find comfort in a God that is attending and active. Amen. Father, thank you for such great truth this morning. Thank you for your word. May your name be exalted and lifted up. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Hey, thank you again for tuning in. Again, I want to extend that invitation as we end our time today. If you don't have a church home, love for you to join us tomorrow morning, 5581 Bohan Road, Bethel Baptist Church, 10:45 a.m. If you can't join us in person, join us right here live on WHBN or Facebook Live, 10:45 a.m. Have a great weekend. God bless.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
It's here. It's new. Filled with the best wide selection of vehicles just for you.
Right at Field Used Car Factory.
7 acres of pre-owned elite inventory makes them the largest deal maker around.
Ryan Hatfield, use our battery.
So come on down to Nicholsville off US 27 to Vince Drive, then you've arrived at the new
Ryan Hatfield, use our battery.
Buy with confidence straight from the factory. Take a virtual tour at
RyanHatfieldUseOurFactory.com. CC Auto Parts and Service.
CC Auto Parts and Service is open for your service and parts needs. CC Auto Parts and Service are offering pickup and delivery for all your auto repairs as well as parts. They have a pay over the phone option if needed. CC Auto Parts and Service are concerned for everyone's well-being and are doing their best at keeping a sanitary and healthy environment. Give them a call at 734-9515.
CC Auto Parts and Service. Service is the difference. We get it.
Dear Mom, I know it's hard trying to quit smoking, but I heard something new about something that might help. It's called Kentucky's Tobacco Quit Line. It's one-on-one individual counseling over the phone with someone who can help. You can talk in private and talk at times when it's convenient. Just call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Mom, one of these days I'll be graduating, and then maybe someday getting married. I want you to be there with me. Please try it. I love you, Rachel.
The Kentucky Tobacco Quit Line, 1-800-QUIT-NOW. This message brought to you by your local health department.
Dunn's Barbecue and Catering, located in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Here for your affordable catering needs. Ribs, chicken, brisket, as well as our famous pulled pork. All sides homemade. Available for weddings, company picnics, family reunions, or just an old-fashioned pig roast. So call 859-734-3675. That's 859-734-3675. Dunn's Catering and Barbecue, 859-734-3675. I'm Sid Dunn, like my Uncle Herb always used to say.
It's not barbecue until it's done.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
You hold your heart when times got rough, and tonight on that silver screen it'll end like it should. Two lovers will make it through like I hoped we would. But here in the real world, it's not that easy at all. 'Cause when hearts get broken, it's real tears that fall. And darling, it's sad, but the one thing I've learned from you is how the boy don't always get the girl here in the real world. No, the boy don't always get the girl here in the real world.
Hey, WHBN The Rooster is now available on FM at 99.5. Tune us in.
I used to spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love I'd known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom, and you brought me back from being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy, and I stay stoned on your love all the time. I look for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle always dry. But when you poured out your heart, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to getting me high. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy, and I stay stoned on your love all the time. I stay stoned on your love all the time.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
It's 12 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Julie Ryan. Former President Trump is being called to testify before Congress. The House committee investigating last year's Capitol attack is formally issuing a subpoena for him to provide relevant documents and appear before the panel after the midterm elections in November. The subpoena was issued on the same day a judge sentenced former Trump aide Steve Bannon to 4 months in prison for ignoring his subpoena from the same committee. President Biden is congratulating Italy's new prime minister on her election victory after her formal swearing in today. In a statement released by the White House, Biden congratulated Giorgia Meloni and noted Italy is a vital NATO ally and close partner of the U.S. Meloni and her cabinet were sworn in Saturday. Pfizer expects to basically quadruple the price of its COVID-19 vaccine after the federal government's current purchase program expires. Trey Thomas reports.
Pfizer executive Angela Lukin said Thursday the price will go to around $110 to $130 per dose. Lukin said she expects the vaccine that's currently provided for free by the government will be available at no cost to people who have private insurance or insurance paid by the government. The vaccine's market is expected to move to private insurance after the nation's public health emergency expires. I'm Trey Thomas.
Senator Lindsey Graham is asking the Supreme Court to block his testimony in the probe of election interference in Georgia. The Fulton County grand jury's investigation is focusing on former President Donald Trump's alleged actions in trying to overthrow Georgia's 2020 election results. The appeal comes just days after a federal appeals court ruled Graham had to testify in front of a Georgia grand jury. The South Carolina Republican has argued that his questioning of the election count is protected Senate debate speech. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
I grow corn and beans, and I raise cattle. What I do is good for people, good for Kentucky. And what I don't do is good for the environment. I don't let fertilizer, chemicals, manure, or good farmland run off into the creek. And you know what? Turns out that also makes me more productive and more efficient. If you're a farmer, develop an ag water quality plan. It's never been easier. Go to eec.ky.gov/agwater to find out how.
Kentucky has 80,000 miles of roadway,